Chapter 39. Shenxiang, I'm really not lying to you. There's danger there. Do you have a way to gather more people to set up an ambush there? Feng Rushua became even more anxious when she saw that Shenxiang was still so calm. Shenxiang was still hoping to use the crouching dragon manner to trick the crown prince of Great Yen. According to Wang Camtin, if the god-horned beast were to come out, it would be unavoidable. Going to that place in advance to set up an ambush was simply courting death. There's a passageway under the crouching dragon manor, but it's been sealed. Shenxiang asked. Ah, how do you know? Feng Rushua was surprised. That thing is called the god-horned beast. It has been many years since they appeared in the 10 Great Worlds, and now they are making a comeback. This kind of passageway is everywhere in the 10 Great Worlds. It's useless for us to block one. Shenxiang sighed. This, but we should at least do something, right? Feng Rushua frowned. It could be seen that she was very worried about the appearance of the god-horned beast in the Proud World. What we need to do now is to strengthen our defenses and prepare to fight against the god-horned beast for a long time. Shenxiang laughed. I already have a plan. Looks like I was overthinking it. Feng Rushua sighed. With you here, I shouldn't be so worried. Shenxiang controlled the 6 realms mirrors to fly towards the Starfire City. He wanted to bring Feng Rushua back. Rushua, how do you know about the god-horned beast? Shenxiang asked. I don't know that it's called the god-horned beast. I only know that these guys are very strong outside. Feng Rushua said they have a very large race. Every once in a while, they will enter the 10 Great Worlds to train. Trial? Shenxiang said in surprise. It's not just that god-horned beast. In short, there are several races that use the 10 Great Worlds as a training ground. They will fight in the 10 Great Worlds to see who can live to the end and how many people they have killed. Feng Rushua said helplessly. This meant that many people in the 10 major worlds would be killed, and this was just a game played by a few races in outer space. After they enter the 10 Great Worlds, will their cultivation level drop? Shenxiang suddenly understood why the 10 Great Worlds were called the 10 Days of Hell. Yes, the power of the laws of the 10 Great Worlds is very strong. Not only will their cultivation be lowered, their consciousness will also be affected. Feng Rushua said sadly, to those fellows, the 10 Great Worlds are just a hunting ground. If that's the case, those powerful clans will send many outstanding young people to gain experience, right? Shenxiang narrowed his eyes. If that was the case, he would like to see how strong the clans were. Yes, this kind of trial is very important to them. This is because it can help their race gain prestige and even win territory. Feng Rushua said, once the people from those few races enter, they will immediately start killing, mainly extracting the souls of humans as battle achievements. I will make sure they don't return. Shenxiang had already understood that the last time the god-horned beast appeared in the 10 Great Worlds, it had been a period of time before disappearing. Although Shenxiang's current cultivation was still low, he still had plenty of time to cultivate. As long as his cultivation level increased, coupled with his 6 realms mirrors, it wouldn't be difficult for him to deal with the young experts of those races. The blade's soul would be in his hands very soon. He just needed to wait for Xianglin to get the green dragon demon slayer. The news of the phoenix appearing in the sky above the crouching dragon villa had almost spread throughout the entire world. All the powers were paying close attention to the crouching dragon villa, wanting to understand why a phoenix would appear. They had to know before. Knowing that there was a dense dragon aura beneath the crouching dragon villa, coupled with the rumors of some dragon treasure, many people believed it without a doubt. However, the crouching dragon villa belonged to the 3rd prince, Zhao Jingzhong, and it was a territory that he had taken down a long time ago. Back then, it was Zhao Jingzhong who had specially asked Wang Camtin to help him find a piece of land. Now that he had such a harvest, everyone admired Wang Camtin even more. Zhao Jingzhong played hard to get and rejected many people's requests to see him. Even if the great Yen Crown Prince wanted to see him, he wouldn't see him. The great Yen Crown Prince was burning with anxiety. He knew that after the phoenix appeared in the Crouching Dragon Villa, it would be even more difficult to take down the Crouching Dragon Villa. Zhao Jingzhong would definitely guard the Crouching Dragon Villa to the death. Helpless, the great Yen Crown Prince could only return to his secret residence in Meteor Trail City. When Shen Xiang brought Feng Rushua back to Meteor Trail City, it was already evening. Yan Xilin and Hua Shengyue were worried to death about Shen Xiang because Shen Xiang was chasing that phoenix alone. This was very dangerous. Chapter 3940. Shen Xiang asked Wang Cam Tin to wait for him at the Starfire sect. He did not say when they would meet because he had to keep an eye on the great Yen Crown Prince. Wang Cam Tin did not think Shen Xiang would make a move against the great Yen Crown Prince in the meantime. After all, Shen Xiang had said he would make a fortune out of the great Yen Crown Prince and strengthen Meteor Trail City with this fortune. Shen Xiang thought the Saber Soul was more important than anything else. He could not miss the opportunity to obtain the Saber Soul. Feng Rushue's sudden appearance would definitely attract more attention to the Crouching Dragon Manor. In that case, the Heavenly Flame Great Emperor would most likely rush over. At that time, it would be difficult to obtain the Saber Soul unless Xiao Xianglin was willing to help him regardless of the cost. Xiao Xianglin would definitely be willing to help. However, Shen Xiang knew Hundred Flowers Realm wanted to do business in the Proud World. It had to accumulate resources and use those resources to help Hundred Flowers Realm transcend the tribulation. Hence, Shen Xiang wanted to do his best not to burden Hundred Flowers Realm. This was the best opportunity to obtain the Saber Soul. He was worried it would be a rare opportunity if he missed it. Shen Xiang successfully snuck into the great Yen Crown Prince's room. He hid and waited for the right time to make his move. When the great Yen Crown Prince saw the phoenix, he was very excited. He had mobilized all his manpower and resources to seize the Crouching Dragon Manor from the third prince. In his eyes, the Crouching Dragon Manor was like the throne. As the Crown Prince, he had to obtain it. The great Yen Crown Prince was in his room. He took out a transmission disc and was sending a long-distance message. There really is a dragon treasure in the Crouching Dragon Manor. The phoenix might be here to obtain the dragon treasure. I must obtain the Crouching Dragon Manor. The great Yen Crown Prince spoke to the disc on the table. No one knew who he was talking to. Son, you're still so impulsive. Did you see the dragon treasure under the Crouching Dragon Manor? Why are you in such a hurry to make your move? Judging from the voice, it was an old woman. This was the great Yen Crown Prince's mother. She was not the empress. She was not even in the imperial palace. She was a duchess. All he knew was that she was a demon-killing duke. Shen Xiang did not know much about her. Even Zhao Jingzhong did not know much about her. Although she was not the empress, she was the one who controlled the faction behind the Crown Prince of Great Yen. Mother, am I wrong? Great Yan's Crown Prince was very respectful toward his mother. Although we can't confirm that there is a dragon treasure under the Crouching Dragon Manor, the Crouching Dragon Manor is a place that must be fought for. We cannot let it fall into the hands of a bastard like Zhao Jingzhong. The demon-killing duke said, "Your idea is not wrong, but your method is wrong. What did you do wrong?" Great Yan's Crown Prince asked humbly, "You shouldn't have rushed to the scene immediately to see the phoenixes. You shouldn't have mobilized all your forces to Meteor Trail City in such a short time." The demon-killing duke sighed and said, "What would others think if you did that?" Great Yan's Crown Prince realized he was in the wrong as well. He explained, "My actions are confidential." Keep it a secret? How could such a big move be kept a secret? If we follow your orders, the entire Great Yen Empire will think that you are attacking the Crouching Dragon Manor in less than 3 days. The demon-killing duke snorted and said, "Your father, the emperor, is not dead yet, and you want to hit Zhao Jingzhong." I don't have to attack. Great Yan's crown prince defended himself. I just want to take the Crouching Dragon Manor with all my might. Once Zhao Jingzhong obtains the dragon treasure of the Crouching Dragon Manor, I won't be able to keep my position as the crown prince. That's true, but you should have asked me first. You can have the Crouching Dragon Manor, but you have to talk to Zhao Jingzhong calmly. Try peaceful means before resorting to force. If you can't obtain the Crouching Dragon Manor peacefully, well, it's not too late to think of a countermeasure, the demon-killing duke said. Mother, why are you so worried? If we go all out, we won't be afraid of Zhao Jingzhong and the others. Great Yan's crown prince said. Moreover, they killed our royal tutor. It's precisely because they killed the royal tutor that I can't act rashly. Did your father, the emperor, punish him for killing the royal tutor? He didn't punish him at all. Instead, he's waiting for you to fight with him. Then he'll decide which side to help. The emperor won't let you and him lose your balance. Hence, the fight for the Crouching Dragon Manor isn't between you and Zhao Jingzhong. The emperor will definitely interfere, the demon-killing duke said. Then, I'll listen to mother's arrangements. Great Yan's crown prince sighed. It seems like this matter is more complicated than I thought. We can threaten the emperor. That's why he's wary of us. That's why he's secretly helping Zhao Jingzhong. If Zhao Jingzhong threatens the emperor, he'll help us suppress Zhao Jingzhong, the demon-killing duke said. The Great Yan's crown prince didn't say anything else. He thought about it carefully and felt that his previous arrangements weren't right. After ending the call with his mother, he lay on his bed and closed his eyes to rest. Shen Xiang also realized that his thinking was too simple. The Heavenly Flame Great Emperor would most likely be involved in the fight for the Crouching Dragon Manor. The Crouching Dragon Manor belonged to the Great Yan Empire, and it also belonged to the Heavenly Flame Great Emperor. If there was something good, why wouldn't he want it? Moreover, he could feel the pressure from the Crown Prince's faction. Let's get the Green Dragon Demon Slayer first. In Shen Xiang's eyes, as long as he was strong enough, these fights for power were nothing. Chapter 3941. Although Shen Xiang did not carefully study the various Dharma treasures on the Crown Prince's body, he was certain that the materials used in those Dharma treasures did not come from the 10 Great Worlds. Shen Xiang was very familiar with the power of the laws of the 10 Great Worlds. The various treasures in the 10 Great Worlds were born from that power of laws. The materials on the Crown Prince's Dharma treasures did not have that power of laws. Also, with the power of laws of the 10 Great Worlds, it was impossible to nurture such powerful materials. Looks like someone can obtain Dharma treasures from outside the 10 Great Worlds. The Dharma treasures, materials, and even pills from beyond the heavens far surpass the 10 Great Worlds. Shen Xiang immediately realized that one could communicate with the outside world in the 10 Great Worlds. Even if one could not go out, one could still obtain things from the outside world. The power of laws of the 10 Great Worlds determined that powerful treasures could not be nurtured. If one could obtain the help of resources from the outside world, then one could rely on equipment in the 10 Great Worlds to crush them. In other words, when the myriad races from beyond the heavens came to the trial of the 10 Great Worlds, they would definitely bring these things. Against them, the beings of the 10 Great Worlds were very weak. Shen Xiang carefully pacified the Dharma treasures on the Crown Prince's body so that they would not defend themselves. After ensuring that everything was done, he began to remove the storage Dharma treasure in the Crown Prince's palm. That storage Dharma treasure had entered the Crown Prince's palm, and it was not easy to take it out. In the past, storage Dharma treasures that could be hidden in the flesh were very common. However, they were rare now because they required very special materials. Those materials could coexist with the flesh and would not repel each other. This type of storage Dharma treasure was usually controlled by the owner's consciousness. It could enter and leave the body freely as if it was a part of the body. Therefore, Shen Xiang did not need to cut open the Crown Prince's palm. He only needed to deceive the consciousness of the storage Dharma treasure and summon it out. This was not difficult for Shenxiang, who had a powerful spiritual sense. He used less than an hour to successfully trick the storage Dharma treasure out of the Crown Prince's palm. A storage Dharma treasure, and its owner needed the owner's consciousness to open it. Shenxiang tried it and found that the self-defense of this storage magic treasure was very strong. His powerful spiritual sense was unable to break through it. If he tried to break through it, the storage magic treasure would self-destruct. I have no choice but to use the soul-absorbing devil curse. There were all kinds of methods in the soul-absorbing devil curse. When Baiyu passed it to him, she only asked him to concentrate on studying one of the methods. Later on, when he became stronger, he slowly explored other methods of the soul-absorbing devil curse and even improved it. His soul had been suppressed for so many years. Every time he woke up, he would study the soul-absorbing devil curse. Therefore, the soul-absorbing devil spell that Shenxiang had mastered was no longer something that Baiyu was familiar with. Even Baiyu might not recognize her soul-absorbing devil spell. With the soul-absorbing fiend curse, Shenxiang carefully drew out the Crown Prince's consciousness without alerting him. He also discovered that the Crown Prince's soul had an imprint left behind by someone else. It seemed to be a form of protection, so he had to be even more careful. The Crown Prince's consciousness was like a key. After he drew it out, he easily opened the storage Dharma treasure. Shenxiang's spiritual sense covered the storage Dharma treasure and found the saber soul in no time. The saber soul was sealed inside a black rectangular crystal. The rectangular crystal was not small. It was almost 2 meters long. The saber soul could not be seen from the outside. Shenxiang could only see the saber soul after he inserted his spiritual sense into it. The saber soul shone with a green light. It seemed to be in the shape of a saber. It contained an energy that Shenxiang was unfamiliar with. Although Shenxiang was unfamiliar with it, he could sense that the saber soul had its own consciousness. It seemed to have an inexplicable affinity with him. There's a seal on this crystal, and the Crown Prince can't break the seal. He doesn't even know what the saber soul looks like. Shenxiang was amused. How could the Crown Prince want to possess the saber soul with this little bit of strength? Whether it was the dragon soul or the saber soul, even if the Crown Prince was in front of him, he would not be able to suppress them. Chapter 3942. When Wang Cam Tin asked this question, Shenxiang also suddenly felt that it was a little strange. Logically speaking, although there were very few phoenixes back then, it was not to the extent that the 10 great worlds were extinct. Wang Cam Tin said that they were extinct, which meant that they were all killed, and not all of them ran away. Is there anything special about the phoenix? Shenxiang asked. He also could not understand why the phoenix would be extinct in the 10 great worlds. You can't fly in the 10 great worlds. In the past, we could fly as we pleased, but now we are restricted. Only a few flying beasts can fly, but their flying speed is still greatly restricted. Wang Camtin said, "My 6 realms mirrors can still fly, and its speed is not slow either." Shenxiang asked doubtfully, "I feel that the 6 realms mirrors is not restricted. Aren't you talking nonsense? What is a 6 realms mirrors? How can the power of the 10 great worlds limit the 6 realms mirrors?" Wang Camtin laughed. "You brat, aren't you underestimating the 6 realms mirrors too much? It seems like you don't understand the 6 realms mirrors at all. What a joke! In this world, no one understands the 6 realms mirrors better than me." Shenxiang curled his lips. Although the 6 realms mirrors had been separated from him for many years, he still understood the 6 realms mirrors the best. The reason why the phoenixes were killed back then was mainly because these big birds had extremely strong flying abilities and were difficult to restrict. Wang Camtin continued to talk about this matter. As long as the ability to fly is strong enough, it is possible to fly to a very high place. A very high place? What's there? Although Shenxiang had the 6 realms mirrors, he had never tried to fly as high as he could. In the 10 great worlds, Even if there were flying beasts, it would be difficult to fly to a very high place. The higher the position, the stronger the pressure. In other words, there was a very powerful force that restricted the creatures of the 10 great worlds from flying out. As long as you fly high, you can fly out of the 10 great worlds and into outer space. Wang Camtin sighed, but I have never tried it before. Maybe your 6 realms mirrors can fly out, but you better not try it now because you are too weak. He didn't want to talk about this at first because he was worried that Shen Xiang would fly out and be in danger. It can fly out? Shen Xiang was rather surprised. It had been a few years since Feng Ruxiwa had entered the 10 great worlds, but she seemed to have never flown out before, or had she never tried it before? It's only a possibility, but I can confirm that the reason why the phoenixes were killed was mainly because they could fly without any restrictions. Wang Camtin said, "You'd better not let your friends try it. It's very dangerous. They might get killed." The reason why he had to mention this was mainly because he was worried that the phoenix would act recklessly. I didn't plan to tell you these things, but I was worried that you would fly on the 6 realms mirrors. But now, for the safety of your phoenix friend, I have to tell you so that you can remind her. Wang Camtin said solemnly, "Young Master Shin, I have a premonition that Heavenly Flame Emperor will come to Starfire City very soon. You must not do anything to the Crown Prince of Great Yen." "Is that so? Heavenly Flame Emperor is really coming?" Shan Xiang pretended to be surprised. "Even if he doesn't come, he will send someone over. If you make a move on the Crown Prince, the consequences will be very serious. Don't worry, I guarantee that the Saber Soul will fall into your hands, but you must not make a move during this period of time." Wang Camtin warned Shin Xiang very solemnly. "Old Huang, don't worry. I have always done things appropriately. The appearance of the phoenix in the hidden dragon villa has attracted so much attention. If something happens to the Crown Prince again, the Starfire City will be in a mess." Chun Xiang nodded his head. "I will not steal his blade soul for the time being, in case I cause too much trouble. It's good that you understand." Wang Camtin said with a smile, "I knew that young Master Shen is someone who prioritizes the big picture. In that case, old Huang, you must help me sell the Crouching Dragon Villa at a high price." Shan Xiang said with a smile, "The third prince is my man. If the Crouching Dragon Villa can be sold at a high price, I will be the one who stands to gain the most. As long as you don't make a move on the Crown Prince, you can leave this to me. I will definitely do it for you." Wang Camtin said with a smile, "All right, I will do it now." Wang Camtin left happily. Shan Xiang felt that something was amiss. He had a feeling that Wang Camtin was worried about something and was more afraid of the Crown Prince of Great Yen. After Wang Camtin left, Shin Xiang summoned Starfire's Sect Master. "Starfire's Sect Master, old Huang asked me not to make a move on the Crown Prince for the time being. He seems to be very worried about this matter. What do you think?" Shin Xiang asked. "I think Heavenly Master Huang is afraid of the Crown Prince's mother, the demon-killing Duke. She's a ruthless person. Even I am afraid of her." Starfire's Sect Master said, "That old woman is extremely ruthless. She killed 2 of her own sons, both of whom were the Heavenly Flame, Great Emperor's sons." "Oh." Shin Xiang frowned. He had eavesdropped on the conversation between the demon-killing Duke and the Crown Prince. He did not expect the old woman to be so ruthless. The demon-killing Duke is very powerful. Even the Heavenly Flame Great Emperor is wary of her. "As for why, I'm not sure either," Starfire's Sect Master said. "In any case, the demon-killing Duke will definitely pay close attention to the Crouching Dragon Villa. I have some time now. I can refine the soul pills of the Sea of Knowledge. Inform City Lord Bai and the others to send me the souls of the devil spirits they collected. Let them cultivate a strong divine sense as soon as possible, because it is very likely that they will have to face many bad situations." Qin Xiang said. Bai Yanqing and Zhao Jingzhong knew about the soul pills of the Sea of Knowledge. Apart from them, There were also Uncle Li, Black Flame, and the others. They had collected a large number of devil spirits and were waiting for Shen Xiang to refine the pills. Chapter 3943. The Crouching Dragon Villa was a very important part of Shen Xiang's plan. Yan Xilin did not know much about the Crouching Dragon Villa. Hua Xiangyue was a fighter for Shen Xiang, so she understood him more clearly. However, she did not say too much to Yan Xilin, nor did she say anything to Bai Yu. Shen Xiang did not fly on his 6 realms mirrors. Instead, he rode a carriage pulled by a fierce tiger from the Starfire sect to the hundreds of flowers building. In the past few days that he had been refining pills, Wang Camtin had repeatedly warned him not to use the 6 realms mirrors to fly in the Starfire City. Because there were people from the Creation Divine sect, those people could sense the fluctuations of the 6 realms mirrors. For the sake of unnecessary trouble, Shen Xiang could only temporarily not use it. Otherwise, he would have directly used the 6 realms mirrors to fly over, and his speed would have been much faster. Young Master Shin, you should have understood Yu from Big Sister Xiao, right? She was an ice-cold witch. She is not like me, who can be flirted with casually. When you see her, you must be obedient. Hua Xiangyue warned. Sister Xiangyue, I've never flirted with you before, right? Shen Xiang laughed. Little scoundrel, if you get beaten up by Sister Yu, then you deserve it. I won't help you when the time comes. Hua Xiangyue scoffed. Got it. I won't make Sister Yu angry. Shen Xiang laughed. I understand her very well. You've never seen her before. How can you understand her? In short, she is a witch. You must be careful. Hua Xiangyue warned again. Shen Xiang and Bai Yu had been together for a very long time, and in the end the two of them had developed an extremely close relationship with each other. Therefore, when he said that he understood Bai Yu, he was telling the truth. In the hundreds of flowers building, Feng Rushue was treated as a VIP. She was a phoenix, and she was also willing to join the hundreds of flowers world. Yan Xilin was extremely happy, but she was also very curious as to how Feng Rushue and Shen Xiang met. From Yan Xilin's point of view, Feng Rushue and Shen Xiang's relationship was very good, and Feng Rushue also said that Shen Xiang was her good friend. Hua Xiangyue and Yan Xilin always felt that their relationship was not that simple, but they did not ask too much. After all, this was a rather private matter. Yan Xilin continued to busy herself with her business. She repeatedly warned Hua Xiangyue to keep an eye on Shen Xiang and not let Shen Xiang act like a hooligan in front of Bai Yu. This was because Bai Yu was not as easy to talk to as the two of them. Even if Shen Xiang touched their little hands, pinched their cheeks, and so on, they would not have much resistance. At most, they would just scold him a few times. But Bai Yu was different. If it was light, she would beat him up. If it was serious, she might chop off his hand or something. Shen Xiang arrived at the luxurious suite on the top floor of the 100 Flowers building. Just as he entered the hall, he felt an oppressive cold air assaulting him. A cold and beautiful woman was sitting on a chair with her legs crossed. She was holding a knife in her hand as she cut a fruit. Bai Yu was wearing a black soft armor, looking very cool and domineering. Even if she wasn't wearing a dress, she still had a different kind of cold elegance. When Shen Xiang saw Bai Yu again, he was extremely excited in his heart, because this was still the Sister Yu that he was familiar with. When Bai Yu saw Shen Xiang, she also felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Hello, Sister Yu. I am Shen Xiang, elder sister, Zhao's little disciple. Shen Xiang walked over and smiled politely. Elder sister Xiao said that she called me over to help you seize the blade soul. Bai Yu's voice was cold as she nodded. Hua Xiangyue, who was wearing a bright red dress, secretly despised Shen Xiang from the side, because after Shen Xiang came in, it was as if he did not see her at all. Like this, all of his attention was on Bai Yu. Little scoundrel who likes the new and hates the old. Men are like this. Hua Xiangyue snorted. After feeling Hua Xiangyue's jealousy, Xinxiang immediately laughed. Elder sister Xiangyue, you are too beautiful today. So beautiful that you are different from the past. I can't even recognize you. I thought you were a friend brought by elder sister Yu. Humph. Hua Xiangyue rolled her eyes at him. I'm going to the Crouching Dragon Villa. Elder sister Xiao told me to go take a look. She suspects that the Crouching Dragon Villa might be haunted by the God-horned beast, and told me to destroy the foundation of the Crouching Dragon Villa. Bai Yu said, but Xiangyue said she would wait for you. Yan Xilin and Hua Xiangyue had yet to tell Xiao Xianglin about the Crouching Dragon Villa. Sister Yu, do you feel that I'm very familiar? It seems like you've seen me somewhere before, right? Shan Xiang chuckled. He wanted to get closer to Bai Yu. No, Bai Yu said, I'm going to the Crouching Dragon Villa. Do you want to come with me? Chapter 3944. Shan Xiang really needed a real fighter right now. Yan Xilin had cultivation, but she was not a professional fighter. Although Hua Xiangyue was the Flower Moon female emperor, Shan Xiang felt that she alone was not enough. After all, this Starfire City would involve a lot of benefits in the future, and would cause many people to be jealous. They had to have enough experts to oversee it. The Starfire leader and the Starfire Duke had only just broken through. If they were to face those old strong of Lord Stage, they would still be lacking. Now that Bai Yu was here, Xinxiang was a lot more at ease. If he could increase her cultivation, he would be even more at ease. Bai Yu received the Sea of Consciousness Soul Pill from Xinxiang, looked at Hua Xiangyue with some hesitation, and asked, Xiangyue, did you eat this pill to break through your divine sense? Yu, young Master Xin, is big sister Zhao's little disciple. He has helped us a lot in Starfire City. Sister Zilan and I have already told you before that he is trustworthy. Hua Xiangyue laughed. Although young Master Xin is trustworthy, you still have to be wary of him. This guy is a little scoundrel. What pill is this? Bai Yu was still very curious about this and asked Xinxiang. Bai Yu's good sister, Su Meiyao, was a pill refiner, so she knew a lot about pills. However, she had never heard of such a pill that could break through the limits of one's cultivation. If there really was one, in these tens of thousands of years, it would definitely be famous in the 10 great worlds. However, it was not famous at all. Sister Yu, this kind of pill can allow a person to have a fake sea of consciousness. In the 10 great worlds, the reason why one's consciousness is restricted is mainly because the power of the ancient code here causes the sea of consciousness to shatter. Xinxiang explained with a serious face. Indeed, without a sea of consciousness, the cultivation of one's consciousness will forever remain stagnant. Bai Yu said, this pill can cultivate a sea of consciousness? Then it shouldn't be unknown. This pill must be a rare and miraculous pill. I refined this. Shan Xiang laughed somewhat embarrassedly. Sister Yu, I'm definitely not lying to you. This was refined using a large number of demon soul less. As for the deeper parts, I won't be able to explain it to you in a short period of time. You made it? Is the pill formula yours? Bai Yu was very surprised. A young man could actually refine such a pill. If she hadn't seen Yan Xilin and Hua Xianyue's divine sense breakthrough, she definitely wouldn't have believed it. It's really refined by him. Young Master Xin's alchemy skills are very brilliant. Hua Xianyue said. Hua Xianyue was also a very high-level alchemist. If she said that Shan Xiang's alchemy skills were brilliant, then it was definitely true. Sister Yu, this pellet is my gift to you. So let's call it the Nether Soul Pellet. Xinxiang laughed. Sister Yu doesn't mind, right? Hua Xianyue lightly glared at Xinxiang. Previously, he had told Yan Xilin that it was the Purple Orchid Soul Pellet, and now he had indeed used the same trick on Bai Yu. She really wanted to expose this little rascal, Xinxiang. Of course, Bai Yu wanted to break through the cultivation of divine sense. Although she was cold on the surface, she was very happy in her heart. "Thank you, young Master Shen. May I ask how to use this pill?" "Just eat it," Shenxiang then said simply. "Thank you." After Bai Yuyu finished thanking him, he went back to his room to eat the pill and refine it. After Bai Yuyu left, Hua Shangyue pinched Shenxiang's arm and snorted. "Young Master Shin, aren't you afraid that Sister Zilan will find out about this? You already told Sister Zilan that it was the purple orchid soul pellet. I gave you the fragrant moon soul pellet. I gave Sister Zilan the purple orchid soul pellet, and I gave Sister Yuyu the serene soul pellet. I specially refined them for you, and the pills I gave you are all different, according to you. It was a pill formula that was carefully concocted for your personal cultivation," Shenxiang shamelessly explained. "Really?" Hua Shangyue looked at Shenxiang with suspicion. "Really? Although I also gave it to the Star Flame Duke and the others, the Sea of Consciousness soul pellet I gave you is even better." Shenxiang nodded. "You better not lie to me. I always feel that a little scoundrel like you can't be trusted." "No, a man's words can't be trusted." Hua Shangyue snorted. "What's next? How many more Sea of Consciousness soul pellets do you plan to give away? Aren't you going to sell it?" "Of course not. If it falls into the hands of the enemy and they become stronger, it will be disadvantageous to us." Shenxiang laughed. "I'm going to give Ru Shui a pellet next. She's a phoenix, and her consciousness is not enough to transform her body." Although Feng Rushua was also very strong, Shenxiang did not plan to let her fight. Otherwise, it would attract even stronger people to kill her. Wang Kam-tin had said before that the phoenix had been killed in the 10 Great Worlds, but he did not know if the power that killed the phoenix was still in the 10 Great Worlds. Shenxiang wanted to protect Feng Rushua well, and could not drag her into the disputes between the various powers. Of course, if Shenxiang wanted her to make a move, she would definitely not refuse. Shenxiang gave Feng Rushua a Sea of Consciousness soul pill and taught her how to eat and refine it. After that, he was about to return to the Starfire sect. Chapter 3945. Shenxiang was worried that the Heavenly Flame Emperor would cause trouble in Meteor Trail City, so he had to give the Crouching Dragon Villa to the Great Yin Crown Prince. Otherwise, the Heavenly Flame Emperor would definitely balance Zhao Jingzhong with the powerful Meteor Trail City and the Crouching Dragon Villa. "Master, other than the Heavenly Flame Emperor and you, who else is chasing after the Green Dragon Demon Slayer?" Shenxiang wanted to know how many experts would gather in Meteor Trail City. Those who could chase after the Green Dragon Demon Slayer all had a certain level of strength. If the Green Dragon Demon Slayer really came to find Shenxiang, this group of people would definitely come to Meteor Trail City. There's the Hall Master of the World Defying Shrine, the Sect Master of the Tao Creation Sect, and Emperor Hung of the Heavenly Eternal Empire. I can recognize these few. There are some others that I don't know. Perhaps they came from other worlds. In short, there are at least a dozen Emperor-level experts, Xiao Shanglin said. If more than a dozen Emperor-level experts gathered in Meteor Trail City and took a look at the Crouching Dragon Villa, they might be able to see something. These guys are all relatively strong Emperor-level experts. I'm trying my best not to clash with them, Xiao Shanglin said. If they all go to Meteor Trail City, they will definitely find out about the Crouching Dragon Villa. The matter of the God Horn Beast definitely can't be hidden from them. Then I have to get rid of the Crouching Dragon Villa as soon as possible. Shenxiang was very worried that his carefully planned plan would fail. The Green Dragon Demon Slayer didn't come earlier or later, but it just had to come at this time. I also don't know why the Green Dragon Demon Slayer suddenly became like this. Shenxiang, you didn't do anything during this period of time, right? Are you secretly summoning the Green Dragon Demon Slayer? Xiao Xianglin was also very puzzled. She had been painstakingly tracking the Green Dragon Demon Slayer for a few days. She didn't expect this saber to run back to its master in the end. This saber was very cunning. So many experts had been tracking it for so long, but they were still caught. Maybe I've gathered all the dragon's soul blade souls. After Shenxiang placed the blade soul into the 6 realms mirrors, the blade soul and the dragon's soul slowly fused together. The fusion should be almost complete by now, which was why it sent out a signal to summon the green dragon demon slayer. It seems that this saber is stronger than I thought, Shenxiang said. Of course, this saber has some kind of affection for you. After refining the 4 symbols' divine weapons, he had used the 6 realms mirrors to refine it. It should be the divine mirror of 6 paths that injected the consciousness related to you. Xiao Xianglin said, not only that the 6 realms mirrors and the 4 symbols' divine weapons both grew and evolved on their own. Now that Shenxiang had obtained the 6 realms mirrors, although he felt that it was difficult to activate a large portion of his power, he could feel that the 6 realms mirrors had undergone a huge change. Master, do you think I can control the green dragon demon slayer? Shenxiang immediately took out the 6 realms mirrors and said, the dragon soul and the blade soul have already fused. I might be able to give orders to the blade through the dragon soul blade soul. You can try. If it really succeeded, then it wouldn't have lured those guys to the Starfire City so quickly, Xiao Xianglin said. She also hoped that Shenxiang could successfully leave the crouching Dragon Mountain Villa and cheat the Crown Prince of a large amount of resources. Shenxiang injected his consciousness into the 6 realms mirrors to sense the dragon soul blade soul. The dragon soul blade soul had already fused together. The originally huge dragon soul had now become very small, wrapping around the green blade-shaped spirit body. The fusion of the blade soul and the dragon soul was like a large green blade carved with a dragon. It looked extremely domineering. Shenxiang used the dragon soul and the blade soul to sense the blade. The 6 realms mirrors seemed to know what its master was going to do, so it also trembled slightly, releasing a weak energy to strengthen the connection between Shenxiang and the blade. Shenxiang, can you do it? Xiao Xianglin waited for a while, then asked. I can feel it a little. This blade can actually fly, Shenxiang said in shock. Yeah, otherwise I wouldn't have chased after it so hard. Not only can it fly, it can also drill into the ground, go deep into the ground, or dive into the water. This guy's speed is very fast. Xiao Xianglin laughed bitterly. When I first refined this blade, I really didn't expect it to grow to such an extent. The 4 symbols' divine weapons later mutated and could grow by themselves. Shenxiang thought that the 4 symbols' divine weapons must have experienced something to have such a change. Shenxiang could already sense the green dragon demon slayer. Hearing Xiao Xianglin's words, he was even more shocked. Master, doesn't this blade not have a dragon soul blade soul? Why is it still running around consciously? Is this blade a spirit? Shenxiang felt that it was inconceivable, and this was his green dragon demon slayer. The dragon soul and the blade soul are only objects that are attached to this blade. Your blade has indeed become a spirit, and now it only recognizes you. Xiao Xianglin laughed. I'm quite surprised that you can sense the green dragon demon slayer so quickly. Shenxiang was very conflicted in his heart. He urgently wanted to see the green dragon demon slayer, but right now he had to leave the crouching Dragon Mountain village in order to lure the green dragon demon slayer over. He immediately passed on his thoughts to the green dragon demon-slain broadsword and told the whole story to the blade spirit. He was very honest. Chapter 3946. Young Master Shin, a demon-killing duke is quite powerful. You have to be careful. Zhao Jingzhong said. I know. I'll bring some men over. Shenxiang knew that a demon-killing duke was not easy to deal with. Zhao Jingzhong was relieved to know that Shenxiang was going over. If he had to deal with a demon-killing duke, he would be under a lot of pressure. He could only deal with those who were as strong as him. For example, the great Yin Crown Prince was as strong as him. Zhao Jingzhong had obtained the spiritual sea soul pill, that Xinxiang had given him. After he ate it, his divine senses had become much stronger. However, he still did not have the ability to fight back against an old emperor-level expert. Moreover, he did not dare to use his divine senses recklessly. He was worried that he would reveal too much. After Xinxiang cut off contact with Zhao Jingzhong, he immediately contacted Wang Camtin. Wang Camtin was on Xinxiang's side. In order to confirm the Crouching Dragon Villa, the demon-killing duke would definitely look for Wang Camtin to confirm. Old Huang, how much do you know about demon-killing dukes? Xinxiang asked. Why, you and this old woman have a grudge? Huang Jitian's tone seemed to be very surprised. Don't you know that she's the great Yen Crown Prince's mother? Xinxiang knew from Wang Camtin's tone that he knew about demon-killing dukes. Cough, cough! If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. The demon-killing duke is the Heavenly Flame Emperor's woman. This old woman has been silent for many years. I almost forgot about her existence. Huang Jintian said, Why are you asking about her? Is there something you need? She's here to talk about the Crouching Dragon Villa on behalf of the Crown Prince. I'm worried that she'll look for you. That's why I'm reminding you not to give yourself away when you fight with her. Xinxiang said, Since you know her, you should know how to deal with her, right? Are you sure she's here to talk about the Crouching Dragon Villa? Wang Camtin seemed shocked. I'm sure. What's wrong? Xinxiang always felt that Wang Camtin was a little strange. The demon destroyer, Old Hag, has not shown herself for many years. If she really has her eyes on the Crouching Dragon Manor, she will definitely investigate the Crouching Dragon Manor thoroughly. This is not good. Wang Camtin said solemnly, Young Master Xin, I don't want to face her. I will leave Starfire City immediately. In any case, my whereabouts have always been erratic. No one will suspect me if I suddenly leave. Xinxiang understood Wang Camtin very well. He did not want to face the demon annihilation old granny, which meant that something must have happened between them. The demon-killing duke had asked Wang Camtin to confirm the Crouching Dragon Manor matter. This meant that she did not harbor any enmity towards Wang Camtin. Otherwise, she would not have trusted Wang Camtin. However, Wang Camtin wanted to avoid the demon-killing duke. Old Huang, it's fine if you suddenly run away, but I really want to know what happened between you and the demon destroyer Old Hag. You must be avoiding her, Xinxiang said. Also, how much do you know about her? Can you tell me? She might be my greatest enemy. Young Master Xin, although you are the descendant of the ancestral god, I advise you not to make an enemy out of her for now. Otherwise, Wang Camtin sighed and said, You'd better give up on the Crouching Dragon Manor plan. Once the fact that you tricked her is exposed, you will have offended her greatly. Answer my question first. Xinxiang had long known that the demon-killing duke was not easy to deal with. The great Yen Crown Prince had a saber soul and many powerful defensive items on him. Moreover, he had eavesdropped on a conversation between the Crown Prince and the demon-killing duke. He was sure that the Crown Prince listened to his mother. The demon-killing duke was behind the Crown Prince. Hence, everything the Crown Prince had was given to him by his mother. The Crown Prince's body. Where did the protective Dharma treasures and saber souls come from? This meant that the demon-killing duke had an extremely powerful backer. The demon-killing duke has a heavenly venerable backing him. The demon-killing duke is a disciple of a heavenly venerable. Nobody knows the name of the demon-killing duke. We only know that she's a heavenly venerable's disciple. Wang Camtin tried to persuade Xinxiang. I really did not expect her to come personally. Xinxiang was not surprised by this. He had already guessed it. Wang Camtin had been warning Xinxiang not to rush to retrieve the saber soul. It was highly likely that he was worried about angering the demon-killing duke. Since she's a heavenly venerable's disciple, does that mean she can communicate with heavenly venerables? Shen Xiang wanted to see what those heavenly venerables were like. Young Master Shin, the demon-killing old hag, is a heinous demon. Although she is known as the demon-killing Duke, she is extremely cruel and vicious. She's a demon who has killed countless people. Wang Kamtin reminded Shen Xiang, if you anger her, she might massacre the entire city. She won't be punished. Massacre the entire city? Shen Xiang frowned. She did it a few times before. At that time, she said that the people in the city were possessed by devil spirits. That was why she had to kill them. Actually, she did it to cultivate. Wang Kamtin said seriously. She can use the same reason to massacre the entire Meteor Fire City. Is there really no one who can punish her? Shen Xiang was shocked. How could the proud world tolerate such a person? Chapter 3947. Shen Xiang really did not expect that Wang Kamtin, his capable assistant, would suddenly withdraw, and in such a way at that. Wang Kamtin ran very quickly. The moment he cut off contact with Shen Xiang, he immediately left the Starfire City. Shen Xiang was just curious. How did Wang Kamtin get along with the demon extermination old granny? Although Wang Kamtin was usually crazy, he was not easy to deal with at all. He rarely suffered any losses. Now, however, he could not raise his head because of the demon extermination old granny. Shen Xiang had only mentioned the demon extermination Duke, but Wang Kamtin immediately withered. It could be seen that the demon extermination Duke had left an indelible shadow in Wang Kamtin. Shen Xiang did not tell Wang Kamtin that he had obtained the Saber Soul, as he was worried that Wang Kamtin would do something rash. For example, Wang Kamtin would forcefully take him away from the demon extermination Duke. With Wang Kamtin's fear of the demon extermination Duke, he would definitely do that. Bai Yuyu originally had the foundation of divine sense, so she quickly refined the sea of consciousness soul pellet. Even Feng Rushua was not as fast as her. With her divine sense breaking through, Bai Yuyu was extremely excited. This was the feeling she had been yearning for many years. The feeling of his divine sense being suppressed was very uncomfortable, as if his head was always being held down by a hand. Now that he had broken free from this restriction, his entire body felt extremely comfortable. Therefore, her cold and beautiful face had actually become gentler. Even the way she looked at Shen Xiang was slightly gentle, as if there was a gentle ripple in her eyes. Hua Xiangyue, who was at the side, was secretly shocked. Was this still the Bai Yuyu she knew? She actually had such a reaction towards men. One had to know that if other men were to smile mischievously in front of Bai Yuyu, they would not be far from death. Sister Yuyu, you look much more spirited. You look much more beautiful than before. Shen Xiang walked over with a smile, then pulled Bai Yuyu's hand and said with a smile, let's go to the Hidden Dragon Villa to take a look. Hua Xiangyue suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. She was worried that Bai Yuyu would take out a knife and chop off Shen Xiang's hand. Let's go. Bai Yuyu nodded and said softly, Sister Xiangyue, you come too. Shen Xiang also pulled Hua Xiangyue, giving off a feeling of hugging left and right. Young Master Shen, what happened in the Crouching Dragon Manor? Hua Xiangyue immediately felt that something was wrong. After Shen Xiang finished talking with Xiao Shanglin, he contacted the others in his room. Previously, he said that he was going to the Starfire School, but now he said that he was going to the Hidden Dragon Mountain Villa. I'll tell you on the way. Shen Xiang said, I told Rushua to wait for us here. I don't plan to take her there. The aura of the god-horned beast in the Hidden Dragon Mountain Villa was too strong. Shen Xiang was worried that it would force Feng Rushua to transform into a phoenix. Hua Xiangyue and Bai Yuyu did not ask any more questions, and it was already night time. Shen Xiang and Hua Xiangyue were riding on Bai Yuyu's flying treasure. It was a small boat that could fly, and its speed was not very fast. Have you heard of the demon-killing Duke? Shen Xiang asked. Hua Xiangyue and Bai Yuyu's expressions immediately changed. Their two beautiful faces were filled with shock. The demon-killing Duke wants to attack the hidden Dragon Mountain Villa? Hua, Shunyue frowned. If that's the case, then we have to be careful. Did the demon-killing Duke come alone or with other subordinates? Bai Yu's expression was very serious and cold. She took out two long swords and checked them. This was preparation for a big battle. There's no need to fight, Shan Xiang said. The demon-killing Duke is the mother of the great Yen Crown Prince. I need Sister Yu to support the hidden Dragon Mountain Villa. Bai Yu shook her head lightly and said, I'm not enough to support the situation. That's true. You and Sister Shunyue will release your blood aura when the time comes. Let her know that we have two powerful Emperor-level experts on our side. If it really doesn't work, then I'll release my divine sense. Xinxiang said. He did not expect Bai Yu to be so cautious with the demon-killing Duke. Young Master Xin, this is a serious matter. Aren't you going to inform Sister Xiao? Hua, Shunyue asked. Chapter 3948. Shan Xiang put on a mask as well so that no one could recognize him. He was not confident that he could kill the demon-killing Duke now. There were 7 demon-killing Dukes in total. The demon-killing Duke in the lead was an old woman with purplish-black skin. She was wearing a black robe and had no wrinkles on her face. However, she gave people a feeling of death and evil. She was very tall and thin, and her eyes were sunken and bloodshot. She looked very sinister and scary. Beside her were 3 muscular men and 3 muscular women. They were all wearing black robes and looked very sinister as well. Shen Xiang was frightened by these people. Seeing them was like seeing ghosts. This was the demon-killing Duke? Shen Xiang could not understand. How did Wang Cam Tin get involved with her? Even if he was hungry, he would not go so far as to get involved with such an old witch. After all, she was not food at all. She was just a pile of shit. Jiang, he suddenly felt some sympathy for Wang Cam Tin. He had indeed suffered a great loss. This was a huge psychological shadow. Bai Yu and Hua Xiangyue immediately released their own blood auras and divine senses when they saw the demon-killing Duke's dance. The Starfire Duke and Starfire Sect leader did the same. Although they released their own blood auras, they were not as strong as Bai Yu's and Hua Xianyue's. The demon-killing Duke's group, which had been overbearing just now, was suddenly enveloped by 4 strong divine senses. They also felt Hua Xianyue's and Bai Yu's strong blood auras. Their auras were instantly broken. Zhao Jingzhong's back broke out in cold sweat. He did not expect that the 2 mysterious people that Shan Xiang had brought with him would be so strong. Their blood auras were even stronger than the Starfire Duke and Starfire Sect leader. Hua Xianyue and Bai Yu had been Thear-cranked martial artists for a long time. After their cultivation had regressed, they had remained Thear-cranked martial artists. Hence, in terms of blood auras, they were very strong. Not to mention the Starfire Duke and Starfire Sect leader. Even the emperors of the proud world empires might not have as strong blood auras as them. The demon-killing Duke had come in such a ferocious manner. She had only wanted to see the power behind Zhao Jingzhong. She had not expected him to be so powerful. As a result, she had no choice but to give up on the idea of snatching the crouching dragon manor. One had to know that the demon-killing Duke had already investigated the few factions behind Zhao Jingzhong and confirmed that they were very weak. What's more, 2 of them had already given up on supporting Zhao Jingzhong. Although the other 3 had not cut ties with Zhao Jingzhong, they were very dissatisfied with Zhao Jingzhong. This was because Zhao Jingzhong's Starfire City was so lively, but those powers did not get any benefits at all. They did not get any good shop at all, and they did not even get any tax exemption. The demon-killing Duke really wanted to know what kind of backer Zhao Jingzhong had found. She could feel that Zhao Jingzhong's new backer was very strong, but she still could not tell where it was from. However, she suspected that Zhao Jingzhong's new backer might be a celestial venerable, because she felt a very strong divine sense much stronger than hers. Currently, only the Empyrean had mastered this kind of cultivation method to cultivate a strong divine sense. Only the powerful holy disciples under the Empyrean had such a strong divine sense. The demon-killing Duke's divine sense was stronger than many thear-cranked formidable martial artists. After all, she was a heavenly venerable, holy disciple. However, now that she had met someone whose divine sense was stronger than hers, she could not help but think in that direction. "Little brat, I didn't expect you to be so capable." The demon-killing Duke smiled stiffly and said, "The Crouching Dragon Manor is so rich. Can you take it all? Even if you can, it won't do you any good." "Is that so?" "The Crouching Dragon Manor has a peerless dragon treasure. Once I obtain it, it will help me become stronger." Zhao Jingzhong calmed down and smiled. "I've made myself clear, right? You are not the crown prince. There are some things that you do not have the right to. If you do, you will have to face pressure from many sides." The demon-killing Duke said, "If you obtain the dragon treasure, what will your majesty, father, think?" The dragon treasure appeared in the great Yan Empire. It originally belonged to him. "Majesty, father will definitely allow me to obtain the dragon treasure," Zhao Jingzhong said. "He will be here soon. Do you want to take a gamble?" The demon-killing Duke laughed coldly and said, "If His Majesty wants to obtain the dragon treasure, I will definitely help him. The entire great Yan Empire will help him. If he could not obtain the dragon treasure himself, he would not let Zhao Jingzhong obtain it. He would rather give it to the heavenly flame Supreme Emperor." The demon-killing Duke expressed himself very clearly. "Actually, I am not afraid of gambling. I bet that I can obtain the dragon treasure. If the state preceptor Wang is still alive, he will definitely believe me," Zhao Jingzhong said calmly. He had even dared to kill the state preceptor Wang. There was nothing for him to be afraid of. Under the Crouching Dragon Manor, there might not be any dragon treasure. Even if there is, it might not be suitable for you. I can give you another bet. Your Meteor Trail City is expanding. You will definitely need resources. I can give you a sum of resources to help you complete the expansion and build a big city. In return, you will give the Crouching Dragon Manor to me." The demon-killing Duke said, "I can use the Meteor Trail City's taxes to gradually complete the expansion. I do not lack resources." Zhao Jingzhong said, "You do not lack resources, but you lack time. In a short period of time, His Majesty will definitely take your Crouching Dragon Manor. If you give the Crouching Dragon Manor to us, you will be able to obtain a huge sum of wealth. Otherwise, if you start a war with His Majesty, even if you win, you will suffer heavy losses. It will not be worth it," the demon-killing Duke said. Chapter 3949. Actually, Shen Xiang did not know how many resources were needed, but the Starflame Duke and the Starflame sect leader had discussed it in detail before. The negotiations that followed were very fast, which surprised Shen Xiang. In the end, the demon-killing Duke agreed to give him twice the amount of resources to expand the Starfire City, and it was done within a day. The resources needed to expand the Starfire City were mainly Spar S. As long as one had a large number of Spar S, they could do many things. Secondly, there were many materials to set up the array. Those materials were all relatively rare, mainly a type of huge stone that could store energy. This kind of thing was difficult to buy in a short period of time, even if one had enough Spar S. For the demon-killing Duke to be able to take it out in such a short period of time, it meant that she had come prepared. During the process of the transaction, Shen Xiang, Hua Xiangyue, and Bai Yu were always by the side. They had to ensure that the transaction was completed, in case the other party cheated them. The materials were all handed over to the Starflame sect leader. When it was time to set up the array in the future, he would take out these materials, and the required Spar S would also be under his control. The Starflame Duke was in charge of mobilizing the people in the city to speed up the expansion of the Starfire City. As the city lord, Bai Yanqing was mainly in charge of maintaining order in the city. They worked from dawn until late at night. Finally, the transaction was completed. An entire crouching dragon mountain villa belonged to the demon-killing duke. Shen Xiang finally heaved a sigh of relief, and followed by Yu and Hua, Shangyue back to the 100 Flowers Tower in peace. After Bai Yu returned, she immediately went into closed-door cultivation. She said that after her spiritual sense had broken through, it had improved a lot. She had to adapt as soon as possible and use her spiritual sense to familiarize herself with some techniques. Her soul-absorbing devil spell required a lot of spiritual sense, so she had to go into closed-door cultivation to adapt. Because it was Shen Xiang who had helped her break through the bottleneck of her spiritual sense. She had also promised Shen Xiang that she would stay in the Starfire City for a period of time. After all, the business of the 100 Flowers Tower in the Starfire City would only get bigger and bigger. If the Starfire City could continue to operate steadily, the 100 Flowers Tower would be able to earn more and more. Shen Xiang went to find Yan Xilin, caressed her beautiful face, and then went to play with Hua Shangyue for a while before returning to the Starfire sect. We can rest for one more day, and then the competition will begin. After leaving the Crouching Dragon Villa, Shen Xiang took out the 6 Realms mirrors and sent a message to the Green Dragon Demon Slayer through the dragon Soul Blade Soul inside. The Green Dragon Demon Slayer was originally going to approach Shen Xiang. However, in order to prevent those people from discovering the Crouching Dragon Villa, Shen Xiang kept the blade away from Meteor Trail City and the Crouching Dragon Villa. Now that it was about time, Shen Xiang called the Green Dragon Demon Slayer over. He was very worried about the Green Dragon Demon Slayer not having the dragon Soul Blade Soul for too long would lead to many problems. If this blade was destroyed, it would be a great loss to him. What Shen Xiang did not expect was that when he was in the forbidden grounds of the Starflame sect, a beam of green light suddenly fell from the sky in the middle of the night and blasted into his room, causing it to collapse. It was as if a meteorite had fallen into his house. The commotion was not small, and the Starflame sect leader immediately rushed over. The forbidden grounds of the Starflame sect, that was the most heavily guarded place, was actually attacked. Shen Xiang also did not expect that the Green Dragon Demon Slayer would come over so quickly. He thought that he would have to wait for a few days. He grabbed the Green Dragon Demon Slayer. It was a blade that flickered with a green light and was engraved with a mighty dragon. It was a little different from before. In order to not be discovered, after he grabbed the blade, he immediately threw it into the 6 Realms mirrors. As long as he entered the 6 Realms mirrors, it would be very difficult to sense him. His perception. Young Master Shen, what happened? When the Starflame sect leader arrived, he saw Shen Xiang crawling out from the ruins. It's fine, I'm concocting pills. There's a problem. Shen Xiang laughed. Someone saw a meteor fall. The Starflame sect leader asked doubtfully. It's normal for the Starflame sect to have meteors falling. Shen Xiang said, I'd better go outside and get along with the senior and junior brothers in the sect. Shen Xiang was rather happy that he had obtained the Green Dragon Demon Slayer. That blade was inside the 6 Realms mirrors and was currently fusing with the dragon Soul Blade Soul. This process would take some time. Sect leader, Heavenly Flame Emperor, and the various experts will be out of the Starflame City soon. Shen Xiang suddenly said solemnly, if the demon-killing Duke finds out that there's a trap in the Crouching Dragon Manor, we will face a lot of pressure. At that time, we won't admit that we tricked him. Chapter 3950. The Green Dragon Demon Slayer's sudden disappearance had caused a large group of Thear-cranked, formidable martial artists to lose their sense of direction. They had finally managed to track the Green Dragon Demon Slayer and had been chasing it for such a long time. Now it had suddenly disappeared. They felt as if they had been tricked. They felt as if they had been led around in circles by a knife. Only Xiao Xiangli knew that the Green Dragon Demon Slayer had gone to look for Shen Xiang and had been taken by Shen Xiang. That was why it had suddenly disappeared. Those who could track the green dragon demon slayer all had a tool in their hands. Within a certain range, they could sense the green dragon demon slayer. Now they could not sense it. Either the divine saber had suddenly sped up and left their range, or the divine saber had entered a place where they could not sense it. Another possibility was that the divine saber could control itself and not be sensed by others. If that was really the case, it was too scary. Mother, what should we do? The divine saber has suddenly disappeared. Did it fall into someone else's hands? The crown prince was very anxious. He was very worried that the divine saber had fallen into Zhao Jingzhong's hands. Don't worry. According to my seniors and juniors, no one else has the divine saber. You have to know that the 10 greats are the strongest among the group of people who are tracking the divine saber. Even if a heavenly venerable were to descend, he might not dare to fight against them. No one would be able to steal the divine saber from under their noses. The demon-killing duke said confidently. What's next? The crown prince sighed. Without the divine saber, what use do I have for the saber soul? Of course it's useful. As long as you gain the saber soul's recognition, you will be able to sense the green dragon demon slayer's location. The demon-killing duke reminded him. You have to pour in your emotions and energy every day to gain the saber soul's recognition. Don't waste your energy on women. Mother, you can't place all your hopes on the saber soul. Who knows when you will be able to take it out? The crown prince knew very well that the saber soul was placed in that special crystal. It would be very difficult to take it out. If it could be taken out, that heavenly venerable would have done so long ago. He would not have given the saber soul to his mother. The reason why such a precious saber soul had been given to the crown prince was because that celestial venerable had no choice but to give it up in the end. Rumor had it that as long as one obtained the green dragon demon slayer, one could use the godly blade to break the crystal and obtain the blade soul. As long as the divine saber merged with the saber soul, it would be able to sense the location of the dragon's soul and easily subdue it. Or perhaps, as long as he obtained the divine saber, he would be able to sense the location of the dragon soul saber soul through the divine saber. Xiao Xianglin immediately rushed to the Starfire City. She wanted to find Xin Xiang to confirm this matter, because the sudden disappearance of the green dragon demon slayer was still a little strange. She was a little worried. She thought that it was impossible for the divine blade to hide itself, so there was only one possibility. It had suddenly become very fast and immediately left the detection range of their equipment. The strong of Lord Stage S, who were chasing after the divine saber, could only give up now because the tools in their hands did not react at all. This was because it wasn't too far away from the Starfire City. Furthermore, the Starfire City had recently become the most popular city in the entire world, defying Stage. A dragon treasure had appeared in the Crouching Dragon Manor outside the city, and a beautiful and mystical snow phoenix had also appeared. If those strong of Lord Stage S weren't chasing after the divine saber, they would have rushed over to take a look long ago. Many strong of Lord Stage S first went to the Crouching Dragon Manor because it was famous for its powerful dragon aura. The demon-killing Duke was very hospitable, and he welcomed many strong of Lord Stage S into the Crouching Dragon Manor. She also wanted to use these knowledgeable strong of Lord Stage S to further determine if there really was a dragon treasure in the Crouching Dragon Manor. If there was a trap in the Crouching Dragon Manor, then it was still not too late for him to find Zhao Jingzhong and settle the score. However, after many strong of Lord Stage S tests, they confirmed that there really was a dragon treasure here, and it might have come from ancient times. It might even be an ancient, peerless divine artifact. Many strong of Lord Stage S gave similar statements, but no one actually discovered that there was a god horn beast below. Shen Xiang had been very worried that these strong of Lord Stage S would discover it, and so he had let the green dragon demon slayer run around outside for now. He had indeed worried too much. After all, these strong of Lord Stage S were very young, and the last time the god horn beast appeared in the 10 great heavens and earth was a long time ago. Only Hua Xiangyue and the others had lived long lives and had fought with the god horn beast before, and they had lived peacefully for tens of thousands of years. That was why they had an impression of the god horn beast's aura. Most of the people in the world-defying Stage S could live for tens of thousands of years. In order to create momentum for the crown prince, the demon-killing duke had asked his son to announce that the Crouching Dragon Manor belonged to the crown prince of Great Yen. Once this news was out, Starfire City was instantly filled with heated discussions. Chapter 3951. Xiao Xianglin looked petite, but she was not weak at all. There was a heroic spirit between her brows, and she was a very straightforward woman. She wore simple and elegant white clothes, and had a noble yet tranquil beauty. Her short body was not only exquisite and graceful, it also contained an extremely strong power, causing her to have a faintly discernible aura that no one dared to underestimate. Hua Xiangyue and the others said a lot. Yan Xilin and Bai Yuyu were both cursing Xinxiang in their hearts. This was because the pills that Xinxiang had given the three of them had actually given them three names: Fragrant Moon Soul Pill, Serene Soul Pill, Purple Orchid Soul Pill. Feng Rushue covered his mouth and chuckled. Young Master Shen is too dishonest. Yan Xilin snorted. This young Master Shen told me that the pills he refined for each of us were different, so he gave us three names. Hua Xiangyue still defended Xinxiang. After all, she had believed this saying before. Ru Shui, when he gave it to you, did he give it the name Snow Soul Pill? Yan Xilin asked. When he gave it to me, he was in a hurry and didn't say much. Feng Rushue shook his head lightly. Ru Shui already knew that he was a little scoundrel with flowery words. Xiao Xianglin laughed. Xinxiang is like this. You don't have to take it to heart. Big sis Xiao, how did you receive this little disciple? He is a little mischievous, but his pill techniques are really high. Bai Yuyu asked. Yan Xilin was also very curious, because Xiao Xianglin had never said it explicitly. Big sis Xiao, young Master Shen's pill techniques were definitely not taught by you. Yan Xilin continued. He is your disciple, but the knowledge he possesses seems to far surpass yours. Maybe he can't do it in the way of artifact forging and setting up formations. Zilon, you really know him well. Xiao Xianglin laughed. Big sis Xiao, he has helped me a lot, and is also your little disciple. Of course, I am very close to him, so I can naturally understand him clearly. Yan Xilin suddenly became anxious, as if she wanted to explain something. Hua Xiangyue poked Yan Xilin's waist, indicating that she should not continue explaining. Otherwise, it would seem that she was deliberately hiding something. Xiao Xianglin could not help but laugh. She did not expect that although these girls had forgotten about Xinxiang, their feelings for Xinxiang did not seem to have disappeared, as if they were being awakened bit by bit. Hua Xiangyue's feelings for Xinxiang was especially obvious and could be said to be undisguised. Although Bai Yuyu's face was cold, but from her reaction to Xinxiang, she didn't contradict at all. You Shui also, and also Feng to Feng. Yus and Shui, Yu long Xiao Xiangyue you and Yun and Yus you and Yi and you to you to Big Sis Xiao. I know a secret of young Master Shin's. Hua Xiangyue said in a low voice, then glanced at Feng Rushue. Ru Shui is not an outsider. Xiao Xianglin said, I met her many years ago. Young Master Shin is a descendant of the ancestor god. Hua Xiangyue said very mysteriously, he is the descendant of the world-defying stage ancestor god. This was what Heaven Master Huang said. So Heaven Master Huang gave me the Sky Spill divine plate. At that time, Heaven Master Huang recognized him as a descendant of the ancestor god and even respectfully knelt down and kowtowed to him. Bai Yuyu and Yan Xilin were shocked when they heard this. They were also very curious about how Shen Xiang got his hands on the sky spill divine plate. Xiao Xianglin almost laughed out loud, but she remained serious and nodded. It's good that we know about this. Don't talk nonsense. Big Sis Xiao you already knew, right? Yan Xilin asked. Remember, don't spread this secret. Don't tell anyone when you return to the 100 Flowers world. Xiao Xianglin warned. The world-defying stage, ancestor god, actually has a descendant. No wonder young Master Shen is so powerful. Yan Xilin sighed. Feng Ruxue also knew about the world-defying stage, ancestor god. In fact, the world-defying stage ancestor god was Shen Xiang, and although most of the people in the 10 Great Worlds had forgotten about Shen Xiang, the world-defying stage ancestor god was still spread around by the Tao Creation Divine Lord. Later on, the legends about the world-defying stage ancestor god were all passed down by the world-defying stage Divine Palace and the Tao Creation Divine Sect. Xiao Xianglin also knew that this was because the Tao Creation Divine Lord respected Shen Xiang. Big Sis Xiao, it's rumored that the Green Dragon Demon Slayer was obtained by the Crown Prince of Great Yen. Is that true? Yan Xilin was very worried about this, because she and Hua Xiangyue both knew that Shen Xiang had a dragon soul in his hands. Bai Yuyu had previously planned to help Shen Xiang obtain the Blade Soul, but if the Crown Prince of Great Yen really had the Green Dragon Demon Slayer in his hands, it would be even more difficult to obtain the Blade Soul. Chapter 3952. Xiao Xianglin knew that Shen Xiang's divine sense was very strong, but she did not expect it to be strong to this extent. After all, Shen Xiang's current cultivation was still very low, and his body had just been reconstructed. It was very unreasonable for him to be able to bear such a powerful divine sense. After knowing that Shen Xiang had discovered her, Xiao Xianglin was also very helpless. She thought that she could quietly approach Shen Xiang and give him a surprise. Xiao Xianglin was also very good at hiding. Shen Xiang could only perceive that there was someone, but he could not determine where. He released his divine sense to wander around the small building. After someone entered this area, they would touch his divine sense. However, Xiao Xianglin's movement technique was very clever. When she found Shen Xiang's weak divine sense, she immediately jumped around the small building, and at the same time dispersed Shen Xiang's divine sense. As a result, Shen Xiang could not immediately determine her position. It seems that he still doesn't know that I'm here. Xiao Xianglin was secretly happy and had a little sense of accomplishment. She had now entered the small building and was in the outer hall. Shen Xiang was still bathing in the bathroom and did not go out immediately. Gone? Who is it? Or just passing by? In order to further confirm, Shen Xiang released his divine sense again, but it was stronger than before, forming a wave, with him as the center, rippling in all directions. Xiao Xianglin seemed to have known that Shen Xiang would use his divine sense to explore again, so she took out a long wooden shield in front of her and then squatted on the ground. As a result, when Shen Xiang's divine sense fluctuations scanned the area where Xiao Xianglin was, he would only think that it was a wooden chair. Shen Xiang's attention was placed outside the small building, completely ignoring the inside. Strange, who is it? There should not be a person with this kind of cultivation in the Starflame sect. Shen Xiang thought in his heart. He was very sure that the person's hiding ability was very strong. With the current ability of the Starflame headmaster, he could not reach this level. He did not give up and continued to explore with his divine sense. This time, he wanted to carefully explore the situation in the small building. He suspected that the person might have sneaked in. Just as he released his spiritual consciousness, he suddenly discovered that there was someone outside the bathroom. This gave him a huge fright. He never thought that there would be someone lurking outside the door. Just as Shen Xiang was about to take out the divine mirror of 6 paths, the door was kicked open. Then a black shadow flashed and appeared in front of Shen Xiang in an instant. "Who are you?" Shen Xiang shouted. He only saw a man in a black robe and wearing a monkey mask. Little scoundrel, you don't even recognize me? Xiao Xianglin took off her mask, revealing her delicate and beautiful face as she smiled playfully. When Shen Xiang saw Xiao Xianglin, he immediately sat back in the bathtub and rolled his eyes. He pretended to be unhappy and said, "Sister Shifu, I'm taking a bath. This is the most enjoyable time of the day, and you've ruined my mood." "What? Haven't you always wanted to see me?" Xiao Xianglin curled her lips and said, "What's with your expression? Don't you welcome me?" she said, lying next to the white jade bathtub, reaching her hand into the hot water, and said with a smile, "Your bathtub is too small, or I'll jump in and soak." "Are you really my master?" Shen Xiang was scared by Xiao Xianglin's words. Xiao Xianglin was not so bold before. He laughed and said, "Big sister Xiao, I don't mind squeezing with you." "Damn, brat, you really want to?" Xiao Xianglin pinched Shen Xiang's handsome face and said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to be so handsome after your rebirth." 0-inch, are you moved? Have you been bewitched by me to the point that you're head over heels for me? No wonder you want to take a bath with me. Shen Xiang laughed and said, "Sister Shifu, your face is the same as before. It hasn't changed much. Hey, I'm a lot more beautiful than before, okay?" Xiao Xianglin laughed and scolded, "Aren't you a little scoundrel very good at sweet talk? Why don't you praise me? You haven't seen me for so long. Can't you even bear to praise me? Beautiful or not, you can't just look at it. It's been so many years. Who knows if your face is real or not? Let me touch it to be sure." Shen Xiang smiled, then suddenly reached out and pinched the flesh on Xiao Xianglin's face. He not only touched it, but also pinched a piece of flesh, very tender and smooth. "Little scoundrel, go away." Xiao Xianglin laughed and scolded Shen Xiang's hand. "You touched me first." Shen Xiang curled his lips. Chapter 3953. Shen Xiang knew that the Six Realms Mirrors was conscious, but he did not expect it to run to kill people. What about the four symbols, divine weapons? Shen Xiang asked again. The four symbols divine weapons was refined by me and Meng'er together. Do you know why we want to rebuild the four symbols divine weapons? Xiao Xianglin asked. Why? Shen Xiang seemed to have thought of the reason, but he was not sure. It was the Six Realms Mirrors that guided me. As I said before, the four symbols divine weapons were later refined by the Six Realms Mirrors. The sacrificial refining process is like this. After we finished refining, we placed the four symbols divine weapons into the Six Realms Mirrors and refined it for 10,000 years. During these 10,000 years, the Six Realms Mirrors ran around and we didn't know where it went. In short, after it came back, the four symbols divine weapons became very powerful, far more powerful than when we refined it. I guess the Six Realms Mirrors took the four symbols divine weapons out, swallowed a lot of materials, and used the powerful flames between heaven and earth to refine it. Xiao Xianglin said, "There's still such an experience." Shen Xiang looked at the jade above the Six Realms Mirrors and felt that it was inconceivable. At that time, the four symbols divine weapons was still for us to use, and we used it very well. But later on, more and more strong enemies appeared, and we couldn't beat them, causing the four symbols divine weapons to be damaged. Later on, the Six Realms Mirrors took them away to repair. Xiao Xianglin also stared at the jade of the Six Realms Mirrors, her face full of worry. She seemed to be worried that the white jade would turn black. Why are the four symbols divine weapons scattered everywhere? The Six Realms Mirrors is still sealed. Shen Xiang was very puzzled about this. It was the Tao Creation Divine Lord who split the four symbols divine weapons and sealed the Six Realms Mirrors. Because the Six Realms Mirrors took the four symbols divine weapons to kill everyone, it was already close to the edge of losing control. If it is not sealed, all the creatures in the 10 worlds will be killed. At that time, the Tao Creation Divine Lord guessed that the Six Realms mirrors was injected with evil thoughts from beyond the heavens. Xiao Xianglin said, "Then the Six Realms mirrors and the Four Symbols divine weapons, who did they kill?" Xin Xiang wanted to understand. Some of the outsiders lurking in the 10 worlds. Those people are mainly responsible for adjusting the balance of the 10 worlds. It should be that they were secretly controlling the resources of the 10 great heaven and earth. In short, they were very mysterious, and only the Six Realms mirrors could find them. The Six Realms mirrors killed a lot of these people, and the last method that the group of outsiders thought of was to implant evil thoughts into the Six Realms mirrors and the Four Symbols divine weapons. The Tao Creation Divine Lord quickly discovered this. So before the divine mirrors of 6 paths and the 4 symbols divine weapons lost control, they were all sealed. Xiao Xianglin said, "Now in the 10 great worlds, are there still those outsiders?" Shan Xiang asked, "Could it be those celestial lords?" Bullsh *T, celestial venerables, they're just famous names. With that kind of strength, they don't deserve to be called Empyreans. Xiao Xianglin said, "In the 10 great worlds, there are indeed a few people who call themselves Empyreans. Can the 6 realms mirrors find them?" Shen Xiang asked. He also wanted to catch a few outsiders to study. What exactly was it like? Right now, the 6 realms mirrors and the 4 symbols divine weapons must have changed a lot, so I can't be sure. Xiao Xianglin shook her head. Suddenly, the white jade on top of the 6 realms mirrors dimmed a lot, and then gradually turned black. "Hurry up and leave." Seeing this, Xiao Xianglin immediately pulled Xinxiang and jumped backwards. At this time, a black shadow also surged out from the mirror of the 6 realms mirrors, bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws, like an evil dragon shadow. The most terrifying thing was that this black shadow was emitting a very strong, evil thought, constantly attacking Xinxiang and Xiao Xianglin's souls. What the hell? Xinxiang Lin's eyes widened, his divine sense condensed with all his might. His eyes suddenly shot out 2 white lights, hitting the black shadow. The black shadow immediately struggled, as if it was being burned by a raging fire. Xiao Xianglin's face was deathly pale. She couldn't resist the impact of the evil thought at all just now, and it was Shen Xiang who helped her block it. Otherwise, she would be in danger. Xin Xiang's soul was so strong that Xiao Xianglin felt fear. She could feel that even at her peak, her soul was not strong to this extent. However, she also discovered that Xin Xiang's soul was injured. Xin Xiang's body was clearly just reconstructed. Although it was very strong, it was not strong enough to bear such a strong soul. According to the normal relationship between the soul and the body, this kind of powerful soul force would definitely tear the body apart. Shen Xiang, your soul is stronger than you were back then. How did you cultivate it? Xiao Xianglin asked. I have been sealed for 100,000 years, and my body has long been destroyed, leaving only my soul. That kind of seal has been torturing my soul, to obliterate my soul. In order to survive, I can only resist and then become stronger. Shen Xiang talked about the understatement, but to Xiao Xianglin, it was very shocking and heartbreaking. Chapter 3954. Xiao Xianglin took the Sea of Consciousness soul pellet and carefully observed it. When she heard about it before, she was very surprised. Now that she saw the real Sea of Consciousness soul pellet, the feeling was indeed very strange. The soul power released by the Sea of Consciousness soul pellet was the most unbelievable to her, because it was like a very weak sea of consciousness. Sister Xiao, are you shocked? Xin Xiang laughed. Are you satisfied with the name of this pellet? I'm not very satisfied. I have a few names. Do you want me to tell you? Xiao Xianglin smiled sweetly. Quickly tell me. Xin Xiang laughed. If it's not bad, I'll give you the naming rights of this pellet. Fragrant Moon Soul Pellet. Serene Soul Pellet is also fine, or Purple Orchid Soul Pellet. Which one do you think is better? Xiao Xianglin looked at Xinxiang with a smile and asked, "This?" "Haha, anything is fine." Xinxiang's thoughts were exposed, and he could not help but scratch his head and laugh dryly. "Little scoundrel, you even want to flirt with me? I didn't forget you." Xianglin pinched Xinxiang's handsome face and laughed. "Why don't you use this move to deal with Ruxue? Ruxue has long been mine." Xinxiang laughed. "Sister Xiao, do you mean that you have been flirted with by me long ago?" "Loquacious." Xianglin laughed. "All right, I'm going to eat the pellet. Help me guard." Xianglin sat on the bed in her room and ate the Sea of Consciousness soul pellet. Xinxiang also followed in and sat beside her to watch. "Refining this pellet is just a piece of cake for you." Xinxiang stared at Xianglin's beautiful face from the side. Xianglin closed her eyes and focused on refining the Sea of Consciousness soul pellet. Even though she knew that Xinxiang was watching from the side, she did not say anything. "Xinxiang, if the god-horned beast really rushes out from under the crouching dragon manor, your city will be in danger. Even if we help you set up the array, we can't guarantee that it won't be broken," Xianglin said. She had long known of Xinxiang's plan, which was to create a super strong city in troubled times, safe and prosperous. This way, they would be able to gather the experts of the world-defying world, collect taxes from these experts, and easily obtain a large amount of resources. This plan was not bad, but the prerequisite was that the Starfire city had to be safe enough. Xianglin was not confident that she could set up a great formation that could protect the Starfire city, because she did not know how strong the divine horned beast was right now, and to what extent it had evolved to. "Sister Xiao, I have my own way. You don't have to worry," Xinxiang said. "As long as you can set up a city protection array, leave the rest to me." "You plan to use the 6 Realms mirrors to protect the city?" If the 6 Realms mirrors were to be exposed, it would make the Starfire city even more dangerous. Xianglin shook her head lightly. Xinxiang caressed Xianglin's face and smiled. "I have my own plan." "I'm not an outsider. Why are you keeping it a secret from me?" Xianglin snorted. "Are you treating me like an outsider?" "It's not that I don't want to tell you, because I don't know what to do right now. Let's take it one step at a time. Everything will be fine when we get there," Xinxiang said. Xianglin was speechless. Of course, Xinxiang did not plan to take one step at a time. He really did have a very reliable plan, but the process was rather complicated. Furthermore, he planned to do it himself, and he had to do it in secret, so he did not plan to tell Xianglin. Xinxiang did not disturb Xianglin from refining the Sea of Consciousness soul pill. He went to the small hall outside and took out the 6 Realms mirrors. He sent his consciousness into the divine mirror. He wanted to communicate with the divine mirror. Xinxiang was very sure that the 6 Realms mirrors had an artifact spirit, and it was very strange. Over the years, the 6 Realms mirrors had long possessed its own artifact spirit, but it was still at a relatively young stage in the past. Later on, it followed Xinxiang through many twists and turns. Xinxiang was not too sure what it was like now, especially since the 6 Realms mirrors had been injected with evil soul before. So when Xinxiang obtained the 6 Realms mirrors before, he was unable to communicate normally with the 6 Realms mirrors. The artifact spirit that had been corroded by the evil soul for many years would definitely be damaged to a certain extent. Xinxiang wanted to establish a new connection with the artifact spirit. He wanted to feel the complete artifact spirit and then treat the damaged artifact spirit. As Xinxiang concentrated and continuously poured his own consciousness into it, he arrived at an illusory space of consciousness. This space of consciousness was created by the artifact spirit of the 6 Realms mirrors herself, and was created along with her emotions. Chapter 3955. The artifact spirit actually remembered Long Shui, this naming genius. If Long Shui was here, he would have thought of a bunch of strange names. Little Mirror, Do these four symbols divine weapons S all have artifact spirits inside? Is it the same as yours? Shen Xiang brought Little Mirror out of the tree hole and asked as he walked. After walking out of the tree hole, it was actually Little Mirror who pulled Shen Xiang and flew to a branch of a huge tree to sit down. At this moment, the forest was filled with birds chirping and flowers fragrant. There were tall and straight trees everywhere, and the sunlight shone through the branches, making it extremely beautiful. This was only a space of consciousness, but it could reflect Little Mirror's current mood. She sat on a branch and swung her legs, teasing the birds that flew over. She was completely like a little girl who was a few years old, innocent and naive. Big Brother, the artifact spirits of the four symbols divine weapons are all my clones. You don't have to worry about the artifact spirits inside the four symbols divine weapons. Little Mirror said sweetly, once I recover, I can release my clones and enter the four symbols divine weapons. This way, the four symbols divine weapons will become even stronger. Who taught you this? Shen Xiang was very surprised. A artifact spirit actually had this kind of idea. Back then, Xiao Xianglin had also cultivated a very powerful clone, and Shen Xiang himself also had one. However, this artifact spirit that had followed him for so many years was actually able to learn it without a teacher. I learned it myself. Little Mirror laughed. Big Brother, can you help me braid my hair? I like long braids. Just like Sister Ziqian, with a long braid hanging in front. It's cool. Bai Ziqian did indeed have a braid hanging in front of his chest, but this little girl actually remembered it so clearly. Shan Xiang also helped Little Mirror braid his hair and then asked, Green Dragon Demon Slayer can be used without an artifact spirit, right? Of course not. Without an artifact spirit, the Green Dragon Demon Slayer would not be complete. Little Mirror laughed. Big Brother, I can enter the Green Dragon Demon Slayer and fight alongside you. That's good, but it won't hurt you, right? Shen Xiang loved this little girl very much. She was very cute, and she had been helping him take revenge for many years. With Big Brother here, I won't get hurt. Little Jing said, in the past, because I didn't have Master by my side, I had to heal myself when I was injured. With Master around, I can recover very quickly. Xiao Jing, I'm your brother, not your master. Shen Xiang touched her face and smiled. Big Brother, can you not tell Big Sister Xiao about me? You can't tell anyone, okay? Xiao Jing shook Shen Xiang's arm and begged. Of course, but I want to know why. Shen Xiang asked. Because I let them down. I tricked them into refining the four symbols divine weapons. But I wanted to walk the path of the four symbols divine weapons myself. If they had the four symbols divine weapons, they would not have been so heavily injured when facing the enemy. Also, because of my rashness, I did not go with Big Sister Xiao and fell into the trap of the bad guys. Xiao Jing said guiltily, It's fine, they won't blame you. Shen Xiang patted her head. Furthermore, you have to apologize to them. That's what a good child is. When I can condense my true body, I will personally apologize to them. Right now, I can only communicate with you. Only you can enter my consciousness. Xiao Jing lowered her head. She thought back to what happened back then and felt very guilty towards Xiao Xianglin. When I go out later, I'll tell Big Sister Xiao. Shen Xiang laughed. Tell her it doesn't matter. She will definitely forgive you. All right, I will make it up to them. I can help them refine their divine weapons. The divine weapons that I have refined will all be very, very strong. All right, I also know how to refine pills. Leave the pills with me. I have a way to make them even better. Xiao Jing said. That's right. Is it that powerful? Shen Xiang said in shock. I learned all this from you, Big Brother. Xiao Jing laughed. Big Brother, hurry up and leave. Big Sister Xiao is waiting for you outside. Xiao Xianglin had already refined the Sea of Consciousness soul pill. When she came to the hall outside, She saw Xinxiang placing both of his hands on the six realms mirrors, and then he fell into a deep sleep. After Xinxiang bid farewell to Xiaojing, he immediately woke up. "Little scoundrel, what are you doing?" Seeing that Xinxiang had woken up, Xiao Xianglin heaved a sigh of relief. "You scared me to death. I thought you were injured by the remaining evil soul inside the six realms mirrors. Am I such a weak person?" Xinxiang laughed. "Big sister Xiao, guess what I found from the six realms mirrors?" "What can there be?" "Oh, right, my consciousness is very strong now. I really want to find that weak heavenly flame emperor and give it a try. I used my consciousness to scare him, and this idiot even showed off to me before." Xiao Xianglin laughed. "My six realms mirrors has a very strange artifact spirit." Xinxiang was pleasantly surprised, and then told Xiao Xianglin about the existence of his little sister Xiaojing. Xiao Xianglin was originally a refiner, so she was not unfamiliar with artifact spirits, but the artifact spirit that Xinxiang was talking about was completely different from the kind of artifact spirit that she knew. Generally speaking, normal artifact spirits were spirit bodies extracted from some beasts or artifact spirits refined by themselves. The consciousness of these artifact spirits were all injected into them by people, and then they accumulated over time to train this artifact spirit's consciousness, causing this artifact spirit's consciousness to be the same as their own. Generally speaking, after the death of the master, or if the master was too far away, the artifact spirit would dissipate on its own. However, the artifact spirit of the six realms mirrors seemed to be born naturally. Xinxiang had never deliberately gotten an artifact spirit for the six realms mirrors. Chapter 3956. The Star Flame Sect Master was indeed very anxious. The Heavenly Flame Emperor and the demon-killing Duke were both very strong. If Xinxiang was not around, he would feel very uneasy. "Star Flame Sect Master, don't be afraid. Just deal with them easily. They are not here to fight. However, you have to be careful. Don't expose your divine senses too much. Don't let them know that you have broken through the limit." Xinxiang calmly replied the Star Flame Sect Master. He did not plan to go over. The Heavenly Flame Emperor and the demon-killing Duke were only here to investigate the Star Flame Sect further. Xinxiang naturally would not let them investigate. Previously, Hua Xiangyue and Bai Yuyu had already suppressed the demon-killing Duke in the Crouching Dragon Manor. This time, the demon-killing Duke had only brought the Heavenly Flame Emperor to see Zhao Jingzhong's overall strength. He wanted the Heavenly Flame Emperor to feel threatened by Zhao Jingzhong. Xinxiang would not let her have her way. After Xiao Xianglin found out about the situation, she smiled and said, "Today is a big competition. It is normal for those big shots to come. What about you? Do you want to show yourself?" Xinxiang smiled and asked, "I don't need to. I will just hide in the shadows and watch. Zilan will be there for the 100 Flowers World." Xiao Xianglin said, "I have a grudge with the demon-killing Duke. I don't want to meet her." "You have a grudge with her?" Xinxiang did not expect this. "Yes, she and the Heavenly Flame Emperor attacked me together. However, they could not beat me and were even injured by me. However, their cultivation levels were still very low at that time. The Heavenly Flame Emperor had not yet ascended to the position. That was many years ago. If she saw that I was still so young and beautiful, she would definitely be jealous to death." Xiao Xianglin smiled and said, "The reason why the women of the 100 Flowers World could maintain their beauty was mainly because their alchemists were very powerful. Today was the start of the Star Flame Sect's big competition. Many young elites had already completed their registration and were now gathered in the Star Flame Sect's big plaza. During registration, there was a very simple screening process. On one hand, there was a high registration fee and testing fee. On the other hand, the participants would be tested for their age. If they were over 35 years old, they could not register. Xinxiang had registered a long time ago. When he was tested, his blood qi was suppressed to 105. Most people at the peak of the 5th stage of the Tao Being realm would have 100-stage blood energy, so it was normal for Xin Xiang to have such a blood energy. His true blood qi had already reached more than 600 levels. Although he had been running around all this time, he would cultivate from time to time. Occasionally, he would get some 1,000-year-old spirit herbs to eat. His blood qi was probably close to 700 levels. When he tested his age, he was only 14 years old. This made him very puzzled. He secretly suspected that his body might have stagnated at the age of 14 because he felt that his physical age was at least 16 years old. As for the reason, he still couldn't figure it out. Xiao Xianglin continued to stay in the Starfire sect. She changed her appearance slightly and put on a veil. Then she blended into the crowd and stood outside the Starfire sect's plaza. On the other hand, Xin Xiang had entered the plaza early and found his good friends, Baisu, Linya, and Gao Yi. Yi Huahua did not participate because Starflame Marquis was worried that she would be injured. From afar, Xiao Xianglin saw Xin Xiang talking and laughing with 2 beautiful women. She cursed him in her heart. Xin Xiang was worried that too many people would be stunned by his handsomeness. Thus, he had no choice but to put on his mask. If not, he would definitely be the most dazzling person in the plaza. Many big shots had come to the Starfire sect. Xin Xiang could clearly feel many strong blood qis clashing in the air above the plaza. There were many tall walls and balconies outside the plaza. The big shots stood on top of the balconies and clashed with each other from a distance, greeting each other. Xiao Xianglin did not participate. She was also the kind that kept a low profile. What's more, her attention was all on Xin Xiang. What shocked Xin Xiang was that Wang Camtin, that coward, had actually come back. He had previously said that he wanted to stay away from the demon-killing dukes. Xin Xiang suspected that Wang Camtin knew that the matter at the Crouching Dragon Manor had been settled. That was why he had come back to pretend to be his heaven master Huang. Xin Xiang had to admit that he was quite impressed with Wang Camtin. He had actually made the heavenly flame, the arch, a cuckold. At this moment, the heavenly flame, the arch, was hiding in the shadows, talking and laughing with a group of big shots. There were about 2,000 to 3,000 young elites in the plaza. Most of them were from the great Yan Empire. Thousands of people from the heavenly eternal empire had also come. It was said that the heavenly eternal crown prince would also participate. Chapter 3957. Lin Yuya and Bai Su were very clear that they were only here to join in the fun. They had no idea how far they could go in this competition. They were still a little worried about Xin Xiang. Of course, they knew that Xin Xiang was very strong, but there was a prerequisite, and that was to use weapons. In this kind of competition, one could not use weapons, which limited Xin Xiang's strength. They all believed that if there was no restriction on weapons, Xin Xiang's ghostly flying daggers would definitely be able to easily defeat those young experts at the 7th level of the Tao Being realm. Looks like we don't have any hope of fighting to the end. Gao Yi sighed. This competition is not prepared for us at all. Just as he finished speaking, someone shouted, Yuan Ji is here, the head disciple of the Supreme Immortal School. I heard that he was at the 7th level of the Tao Being realm at the age of 29. He's already 30 years old. Amazing. The head disciple of the Starfire sect, Bai Su, is only at the 6th level of the Tao Being realm. The Starfire sect doesn't have any 7th level disciples under the age of 35. Bai Su was transferred from the Supreme Immortal School. Yuan Ji had delicate features and wore a blue and white robe. He looked simple, like a scholar, but when he arrived, little Yan Wang, LV Qiuhong, and Wang Shuangjin all looked over, because Yuan Ji was an opponent they valued very much. 5th Prince Zhao Feng, he really came. Ayaya, it's going to be so lively this time. When Zhao Feng arrived, little Yan Wang, LV Qiuhong, Wang Shuangjin, and Yuan Ji all walked over to welcome him and greeted him politely. The other youths in the plaza were all extremely envious. Zhao Feng was indeed a disciple of the royal family. receiving a lot of respect. The young disciples at the 7th level of the Tao Being realm are all men. Someone sighed. Have you never seen a girl before? Go home and hug your old sow. Someone mocked. This caused everyone to burst into laughter. I'm late. Suddenly a laugh was heard. It was a very handsome man in green clothes. Tao Creation Divine Sect, Tangi Hai. This was also the 7th level of the Tao Being realm. Everyone was disappointed. They thought that she was a woman at the 7th level of the Tao Being realm. You came so late. Did you go chase after the girl from 100 Flowers World? Wang Shuangjin laughed. There's nothing I can do about it. If there isn't a lady at the 7th level of the Tao Being realm in this competition, it would be very boring. A great beauty from the 100 Flowers World agreed to participate in the competition under my honest persuasion. She's at the 7th level of the Tao Being realm. Tang Yihai laughed. Shen Xiang silently cursed this Tang Yihai a few times. 100 Blossoms World was originally participating, but he said this himself. He was too shameless. Is Yi Jiaxiao really participating in this competition? The eyes of the head disciple of the Supreme Immortal Sect, Yuan Ji, lit up. Shen Xiang saw that Yuan Ji's eyes were filled with an evil light and knew that he had bad intentions towards the women of 100 Flower World. Just as he finished speaking, Yi Jiaxiao arrived. Yi Jiaxiao's appearance disappointed many people because she was not particularly beautiful. In terms of appearance, many of the women in the square were more beautiful than her. Yi Jiaxiao was a round-faced woman. Her beauty could be considered beautiful, but it wasn't the kind of beauty that seduced one's soul. Yi Jiaxiao was also dressed very ordinarily. She was wearing a light yellow dress with a long braid. She looked very young and innocent, but her big round eyes made her look very smart. Yi Jiaxiao was at the 7th level of the Tao Being realm. Her appearance made many men present. Chapter 3958. Shen Xiang was very curious. How did Crown Prince Tianheng break through so quickly? In the world-defying world, there should be other cultivators of the 8th Tao person realm under the age of 35, but only Crown Prince Tianheng came to participate in this competition. Even though Crown Prince Tianheng looked arrogant, his blood qi was very restrained. Otherwise, if he released his blood qi, it would definitely scare others. During the registration, blood qi would be tested, but people who controlled their blood qi, well, could hide part of it. Many young geniuses wouldn't deliberately hide their blood qi because they didn't want to be looked down upon. After all, many people came to this competition with the intention to compete. If you deliberately hid your blood qi and it was measured to be very low, even if you explained yourself, others would look down on you. Crown Prince Tianheng could hide during the test, and many people were present at that time, so they suspected that he was only of the 6th Tao person realm. Now that Crown Prince Tianheng said that he was of the 8th Tao person realm, no one would believe him. Because according to the thoughts of many young people present, if they were of the 8th Tao person realm, they would definitely shock everyone during the blood qi test. Only Shen Xiang knew that Crown Prince Tianheng was pretending to be arrogant. In order to make people look down on him even more, he said that he was of the 8th Tao person realm. This way, many people would think that he was bluffing. Shen Xiang could see that Crown Prince Tianheng was pretending to be arrogant, but secretly he was a scheming bitch. He suddenly felt that Crown Prince Tianheng was very interesting. The young people present didn't know the rules of the competition, but Shen Xiang was very clear. After all, this competition was his plan, and the specific rules were all planned by the Celestial Flame Sect's patriarch. At the beginning, there wouldn't be a battle immediately. Instead, there would be many tests and a large number of people would be eliminated quickly. The young disciples who could stand at the end of the test were all relatively strong. That way, it would be interesting to watch the battle. The time is up. Those who can't enter the Celestial Flame Square on time will be disqualified. The Celestial Flame Sect's patriarch's voice spread. It didn't matter if other people didn't come. As long as those famous young people of the 7th Tao person realm came, that was enough. Xin Xiang felt that something was missing. He had heard that there were young disciples of the 7th Tao person realm in the continent of the 9 clouds. They should have come. He suspected that they had already entered the continent of the 9 clouds, but because they had kept a low profile, they hadn't attracted anyone's attention. After all, the continent of the 9 clouds was a gigantic world. If someone had entered and kept a low profile, they wouldn't have attracted anyone's attention. I'm very grateful to all of you for giving me the honor of coming all the way here to participate in our sect's Starflame assembly. Starflame's headmaster said many polite words. After that, he even said that he had received the full support of the Heavenly Flame Emperor during the Starflame assembly and that he was extremely grateful to the Heavenly Flame Emperor. After all, the Starfire City and the Starfire sect were both in the Great Yen Empire, and the Heavenly Flame Emperor was present. And for the next test, I asked Heavenly Flame Emperor to participate. The main reason was that a group of 10th level Tao Person Realm cultivators had joined hands to release a powerful blood chi that enveloped the entire Starflame Plaza. If they couldn't withstand the Heavenly Flame Emperor's blood chi, they would be eliminated. There was also the Hall Master of the World Defying Divine Hall, the Sect Master of the Tao Creation Divine Sect, the Hall Master of the Great Flame Pill Hall, plus the Sect Master of the Starflame Sect and the Sect Master of the Supreme Immortal Sect. They would join forces to release the blood chi to envelop the Starflame Square and last for an incense stick of time. As long as they could hold on for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, they would pass the first round of the test. If they couldn't hold on, the elders of the Starfire sect would take action to bring them out. Otherwise, if they continued to stay in the Starflame Plaza, they would die in the end. After learning about the first round of the test, Lin Yuya, Bai Su, Gao Yi, and Lin Ruhu were all trembling in fear. With the blood and chi of so many experts pressing down, it was extremely terrifying. Brother Shin, you really have a divine plan. You brought us to the edge of the plaza long ago. If we can't hold on, we can run away immediately. Lin Ruhu chuckled. It was indeed Xin Xiang who had specially brought them to the edge of the Starflame Plaza. If they couldn't withstand the blood chi of the group of experts and continued to stay in the Starflame Plaza, they wouldn't be able to leave immediately. They would inevitably be tortured, very painfully. You guys see the situation when the time comes. If you really can't hold on, leave the plaza as soon as possible. Shen Xiang said in a low voice. Bai Su was already mentally prepared. Chapter 3959. Although Shen Xiang secretly despises Crown Prince Tianheng for pretending to be weak, he has no choice but to pretend. After all, he is just a young boy. If he can stand straight until the end, he will definitely attract attention. He can't be so high profile now. Therefore, he also pretended to be squatted down, and then his whole body trembled, pretending to use all his strength to resist the blood chi. The people present did not know that the 2 strongest people in the square are pretending to be weak. Crown Prince Tianheng also did not know that Xin Xiang is pretending. He did not pay attention to Xin Xiang at all. Heavenly Flame Emperor, is that all you have? Hurry up and release stronger blood chi and crush me. Hurry up. You can't be a trash, right? I heard that you are seriously injured and are about to be taken over. I thought it was just a rumor, but now it seems like it is true. Crown Prince Tianheng laughed wildly and shouted. When the big shots heard this, their faces changed. This Crown Prince Tianheng is not arrogant, he is crazy. Xin Xiang knows what Crown Prince Tianheng wants to do. He wants to use the blood chi of those experts to defeat everyone else present. Crown Prince Tianheng is at the 8th level of Tao Being Realm. He will definitely be able to hold on until the end. This way there is no need to fight. Crown Prince Tianheng is beside 5th Prince Xiaofeng. If Heavenly Flame Emperor uses a very strong blood chi to suppress him, he will definitely injure Xiaofeng. This guy is too vicious. Xin Xiang laughed in his heart. Heavenly Flame Emperor's face is calm, and he did not say anything. However, Many nobles of the Great Yan Empire are cursing Crown Prince Tianheng. Zhao Feng and Yuan Ji also want to curse Crown Prince Tianheng. However, they're now suppressed by the blood qi. They have to condense their own blood qi to resist and do not dare to relax in the slightest. Crown Prince Tianheng looks like he is being attacked by the blood qi. However, he can still shout and shout. He is not completely defeated. This can be considered very capable. The 6th level Dao Being realm cultivators present all mocked Crown Prince Tianheng before. They thought that this arrogant Crown Prince is only at the 6th level of Dao Being realm. But now it seems that to be able to hold on for so long, he indeed has some skills. He must have defensive equipment. He is cheating. Suddenly, someone shouted, "We checked when we entered the square. We can't wear armor that can block blood energy." An elder said, "Although some people are wearing armor, those armors can't withstand the impact of this level of blood qi." This was indeed the case. The competition had to be fair. Those at the 6th level of the Dao Being realm left one after another. Bai Su couldn't hold on any longer. When she left the stage, she caused quite a stir. The chief disciple of the Starfire sect has left. There aren't any disciples of the Starfire school present now, right? I thought that the Starfire sect was powerful, but I didn't expect them to be so useless. They organized this competition with such great momentum. I thought they would be able to take the top 3, but their chief disciple withdrew, just like that. What a joke! The Starfire sect has suffered a huge loss this time. There's nothing special about the Starfire sect. Their so-called method to help their disciples increase their cultivation is just a boast. There was a lot of discussion on the scene. Bai Su's exit had indeed caused many people to mock her. The disciples of the Starfire sect were also very sad. They admired Bai Su, the chief disciple, but there was nothing they could do. They were all at the 7th level of the Dao Being realm, while Bai Su was only at the 6th level of the Dao Being realm. Junior brother Shin is still on the field. Suddenly, a disciple of the Starfire sect shouted, "The one wearing the mask is Junior brother Shin. He's at the side of the plaza." Shen Xiang squatted down and even hugged his head with both hands, pretending to be in a sorry state, but in reality he was completely fine. Xiao Xianglin watched from the side. She did not know what was going on with the blood energy in the plaza. Actually, she had not met Shen Xiang for long and had not investigated Shen Xiang's blood energy. She only knew that Shen Xiang's soul and consciousness were terrifyingly powerful. This little scoundrel can't be dead just like that, right? Xiao Xianglin started to worry. She regretted that she had forgotten to ask about Shen Xiang's cultivation. Chapter 3960. Shen Xiang realized that more and more people were paying attention to him. He exclaimed in his heart, "Not good." Right now he was only squatting. If he continued to hold on like this, everyone would think that he was extremely awesome. After all, he was only at the 5th level of the Dao Person realm. Ah! Shen Xiang suddenly screamed, and then his whole body fell to the ground. But his arms were still supporting his body, as if he was trying to prop himself up. Everyone suddenly felt that this was a lot more normal, but when they thought about it, they still felt that something was wrong. This 14-year-old boy was only at the 5th tier of the Dao Being realm. Even if he was in great pain now, he should not have been able to hold on to this extent. Did he cheat? Suddenly, someone shouted, "This little brat is from the Starfire sect, and the elders of the Starfire sect are in charge of checking if they're carrying any defensive equipment." Many people questioned and then blamed the Starfire sect. At this moment, the head disciple of the Supreme Immortal Sect, Yuan Ji, walked toward Shen Xiang. "What are you doing?" Bai Su shouted from outside, "Nothing. I just want to see if he has any armor on him." Yuan Ji sneered, "Bai Su, I heard that you have a good relationship with this brat." "I am the head disciple of the Starfire sect. Junior apprentice brother Shen often comes to ask me questions. Furthermore, his aptitude is indeed not bad. Bai Su snorted. Yuan Ji came to Xinxiang's side, but he did not make a move. Instead, he said to the elder of the Starfire School, I will take off the clothes on his body to check. Is that a problem? In this round of assessment, no one was allowed to attack each other. Otherwise, it would be considered a violation and disqualification. Sure. Shen Xiang pretended to answer with difficulty. Do you want to take it off yourself, or should I? Yuan Ji asked. You wretched man. Don't touch our junior brother Shin. Lin Ruhu suddenly shouted. I heard that Yuan Ji likes both men and women. Is he going to take advantage of our junior brother Shin? Everyone immediately burst into laughter, while the disciples of the Supreme Immortal School started to curse. Yuan Ji was enraged as he glared at Lin Ruhu. I can do it myself. Xinxiang took off his shirt. He had a healthy, wheat-colored skin, which was not as soft and tender as the other young masters. When he took off his clothes, no one doubted that he was using armor because there were many cracks on the surface of his body. Blood and sweat were flowing out, looking very scary. When Xiao Xianglin saw this scene, she did not know if Xinxiang was really suffering a lot of pain, but her heart was secretly in pain. The Starflame Duke and Zhao Jingzhong, who were watching from afar, were also secretly worried about Xinxiang. Is this guy's body made of iron? You're still holding on even in this state. He's already at the 5th level of the Tao person realm at such a young age, and he's even able to hold on for so long. He really does have some ability. If you want to have this kind of cultivation at this age, you must put in a lot of effort. It seems like his cultivation path is very extreme. It belongs to the path of crazy self-torture. Using this method can indeed temper the Tao bone very early. An older generation said, It seems that his physical body is very strong. Very few people do that these days. After all, it's too hard. Many people sighed with emotion. Xinxiang continued to put on his clothes. In fact, he pretended to come out just now. It was not a big problem for him to force out a little blood from the body. After putting on his clothes, the cracks on his skin immediately healed. It was repaired. You're Xinxiang, right? If you can't survive in the Starflame School in the future, then come to the Heavenly Eternal Empire. As long as you're willing to come, I can bestow you the title of Count. Crown Prince Tianheng said seriously. Everyone was speechless. This Crown Prince Tianheng actually tried to poach people in front of the Starflame sect leader and the Heavenly Flame Emperor. Chapter 3961. After the test ended, thousands of people were eliminated. In the end, there were only a few people left. World-defying Divine Palace Wang Shuangjian, 5th Prince Zhao Feng, Great Flame Pill Palace LV Qiuhong, 100 Flowers World Yi Jiaxiao, Tao Creation Divine Sect Tang Yihai, Little Yanwang, Supreme Immortal Sect Yuan Ji, Crown Prince Tianheng, Starflame Sect Xinxiang. Among them, Xinxiang looked to be in a very bad state, but he was still able to stand up shakily. This result was similar to what Xinxiang had expected. He had thought that there would be people from the 9 heavens, but there were no people from the 9 heavens who could still be on the field. Xinxiang also knew about the following battle. If there were too few people left, there would be a few one-on-one matches, and there would be a final match in the end. Like now, there were more people, so there would be a big battle. Everyone was fighting in this big square, and the one who could still stand in the end would win. In order to highlight the word big, the final battle is a big battle. The last person to stand on the square will be the winner. The Starflame sect leader said, Of course, other than the first place, the rest will be rewarded. We will decide the 2nd and 3rd place based on the time they fall. Many of the young elites in the square were secretly cursing this rule, while the people outside the square were cheering. This was because they liked to see this kind of battle. Each side would use their strongest power to fight, and the scene would definitely be very exciting. Crown Prince Tianheng was also very happy. If he had to fight one battle after another, it would be very boring for him. Shen Xiang already knew the rules, so he did not react. He had been pretending to be weak before, and was also preparing for this big battle, because when the time came, not too many people would pay attention to him. After all, he looked the weakest, and in the eyes of those young elites, he could be sent out of this big square with just one punch. "I'll give you an hour to prepare," the Star Flame sect leader shouted. "During this time, you are not allowed to chat with each other, and you are not allowed to touch each other. Otherwise, you will be disqualified." The Star Flame sect leader was also afraid that his boss Shin would be harassed by Crown Prince Tianheng, so he added another sentence. Shen Xiang immediately sat down cross-legged. He was really afraid that Crown Prince Tianheng would come and bother him. Later on, the other young elites would think that he had a good relationship with Crown Prince Tianheng and would rush over to beat him up. This would not be good for him. Crown Prince Tianheng was a chatterbox. He felt uncomfortable when he didn't speak, so he kept gesturing to Shen Xiang. Shen Xiang closed his eyes and pretended not to see anything. Shen Xiang's position was also near the edge of the square. For a chaotic battle, standing at the edge was more dangerous because if you were not careful, you would be kicked out. For the weak, this position was very good. Once they couldn't win, they could jump out and avoid being beaten up. Therefore, when the crowd saw Shen Xiang continue to stand at the edge of the square, they could understand. Half an hour passed quickly, and everyone's condition was restored, especially Crown Prince Tianheng, who looked like a dragon and tiger, which made Zhao Feng and the others secretly worried. "Begin!" Starflame's headmaster shouted. Everyone immediately perked up and watched the battle in the square. As soon as it began, Shen Xiang began to run. He ran around the square, and his speed was very fast. Crown Prince Tianheng laughed wildly, and the blood qi in his body burst out. After his blood qi surged out of his body, there was a burst of golden light. Golden light and blood qi. This is the 8th stage of Dao Being Realm. Crown Prince Tianheng is really at the 8th stage. This bastard, he hid it so well. He said that he was 28 years old, and now he's at the 8th stage of Dao Being Realm. This guy, he pretended to be crazy before, so it was on purpose. The big shots of the factions were all shocked. Heavenly Flame Emperor's expression was very serious because this Crown Prince Tianheng was too outstanding. He was also very scheming. Although he was crazy, he was not stupid at all. Humph! The demon killing, Duke snorted. Chapter 3962. Wang Shuangjian, what do you mean by this? Yi Jiaxiao was a little unhappy. While blocking Wang Shuangjian's attacks, he also paid attention to Shen Xiang's side. This time, her main mission was to assist Shen Xiang. This was a heavy responsibility that Yan Xiaolin and Hua Xiangyue had given her. Although she did not think that Shen Xiang would be able to get first place, she had to do her best to help Shen Xiang. Yi Jiaxiao was very clear that she had eaten and lived in Hundred Flowers World for so many years. Without the nurturing of Hundred Flowers World, she would not be able to reach the 7th level of the Dao Being Realm. And as an outsider, Shen Xiang had helped Hundred Flowers World even more than her, so she had to help Shen Xiang. Wang Shuangjian suddenly rushed over. She was more worried about Shen Xiang. She was afraid that Shen Xiang would be ambushed by Wang Shuangjian, or that others would come and attack Shen Xiang. Looks like the cooperation between Hundred Flowers World and Starfire School is very deep. You're actually protecting that brat. Wang Shuangjian sneered. I just can't stand seeing people bullying the weak. Yi Jiaxiao coldly snorted. Wang Shuangjian, we have provided a lot of pills to your world-defying stage divine palace over the years. Do you want to repay kindness with enmity? Repay kindness with enmity? Isn't it normal for you to give us pills if we pay you spar? Wang Shuangjian mocked. His attacks were getting more and more ruthless. If you didn't beg us back then, we wouldn't have sold you the pills. Our Hundred Flowers World's pills have always been in high demand. Yi Jiaxiao clenched her teeth. She knew that she was not a match for Wang Shuangjian. Although everyone was at the 7th level of the Dao Being realm, Wang Shuangjin was a little older and had stepped into the 7th level 2 to 3 years earlier than Yi Jiaxiao. It was just that the gap of 2 to 3 years was very difficult to catch up to. Shen Xiang was very clear that if this continued, Yi Jiaxiao would definitely lose and might even be injured. The girl was so protective of him, yet he was just watching from the sidelines. This was indeed not right. In any case, this competition is for me to show off my strength. Shen Xiang saw that it was about time. His body suddenly released a faint golden light. This wasn't the golden light, blood qi of the 8th tier Dao Being realm, but the golden body light that appeared when one entered the 6th tier Dao Being realm. It's the light of the golden body. Did that guy just break through? An old man outside the square exclaimed. The light of the golden body signified that the Dao bones in the body had been tempered to the extreme and had been refined to a higher level. Shen Xiang had always been stuck at the 6th level of the Dao person realm, all for the sake of breaking through now. Only then would he be able to cause an even greater commotion. The result of his physical examination showed that he was 14 years old, and he agreed to make it public. Reaching the 6th level of the Dao person realm at the age of 14 was indeed very shocking. When he entered the Starflame sect, he announced that he was only at the 4th level of the Dao person realm. The disciples of the Starfire sect only knew that he was the Fat Elder's disciple, and a rather special one at that. Shen Xiang's breakthrough also attracted the attention of the young people fighting in the square. They were all very surprised, because he was only 14 years old and he was already at the 6th level of the Dao person realm. It meant that he would be able to step into the 7th level of the Dao person realm very soon. He might not even need to wait until he was 20 years old. What kind of terrifying potential was this? He had to be killed. Many young people immediately had this thought in their minds. Most of them were from the great Yan Empire. They knew that if Shen Xiang grew up, he would definitely be a capable elite of the 3rd prince. However, they disliked the 3rd prince and were mainly on the Crown Prince's side. At this moment, Crown Prince Tianheng was hit a few more times. This was because Crown Prince Tianheng was distracted by Shen Xiang's breakthrough. After Crown Prince Tianheng was hit a few more times, Great Yan's Pill Hall's LV Chiohong immediately rushed toward Shen Xiang. Young Master Shen, be careful! Yi Jiaxiao and Crown Prince Tianheng shouted at almost the same time. Yi Jiaxiao wanted to rush toward Shen Xiang, but she was blocked by Wang Shuangjin. Because of this, she was hit twice by Wang Shuangjin. When LV Chiohong rushed toward Shen Xiang, he had a cruel smile on his face. This was because, in his opinion, destroying a peerless genius was an extremely satisfying thing. Chapter 3963. Crown Prince Tianheng was also stunned. He had pretended to be at the 6th level of the Dao Being realm, but his true cultivation was at the 8th level of the Dao Being realm. If he was only at the 6th level of the Dao Being realm, he would not dare to fight with these 7th level cultivators. However, Shen Xiang dared and was extremely calm. This was a real 6th level Dao Being realm. Yi Jiaxiao also felt that Shen Xiang was very scary because Shen Xiang was flashing around Shen Xiang at an extremely fast speed. Even she was unable to accurately determine where Shen Xiang would go. I want to attack your left side. I want to attack your right side. I want to attack your head. I want to sweep your legs. Shen Xiang circled around Wang Shuangjin, but did not make a move. But his mouth did not stop, causing a lot of psychological pressure on Wang Shuangjin. Wang Shuangjin had to face Yi Jiaxiao and defend against Shen Xiang's sneak attack. His heart was truly tired, and the pressure on his mind was immense. Suddenly, Shen Xiang finally found a good opportunity. He immediately dodged and struck Wang Shuangjin's back with his palm. The berserk blood energy surged into Wang Shuangjin's body and wreaked havoc. In an instant, the clothes on Wang Shuangjin's body were torn apart by the blood energy, and many cracks appeared on the surface of his body. This kind of injury erupted from the inside to the outside, showing how serious the internal injuries were. Wang Shuangjin was crippled. Another one fell, and another one was taken down by the 6th level of the Tao Being realm. The crowd immediately burst into exclamations. They were all shocked by this youth from the Starfire School. He was actually so terrifying after breaking through. Xinxiang looked towards Crown Prince Tianheng and then rushed over. "Young Master Xin, don't come over. This is a battle between me and them. I am at the 8th level, so I can definitely defeat this group of trash." Crown Prince Tianheng shouted, "Let me face them alone. Once I beat them down, I'll fight with you." Crown Prince Tianheng had just stepped into the 8th stage not long ago. Furthermore, he was previously surrounded and injured, so he was unable to defeat those at the 7th level of the Tao Being realm. When Shen Xiang heard Crown Prince Tianheng say that, he did not go over and just stood there and watched. The pressure on Zhao Feng and the others was not small. They had to quickly kill Crown Prince Tianheng. Otherwise, they would be defeated by Xinxiang. If they lost to a kid at the 6th level of the Tao Being realm, it would be the greatest humiliation of their lives. Therefore, they attacked Crown Prince Tianheng even more ferociously, beating him until he cried out in pain. "Young Master Xin, why don't you come over and help me? When I told you not to come, you really didn't come." Crown Prince Tianheng shouted. Xinxiang laughed involuntarily. It turned out that Crown Prince Tianheng was just pretending to be polite when he rejected him. Xinxiang immediately rushed over. The berserk blood qi released, shaking off Zhao Feng and Yuan Ji. This blood qi was extremely powerful. Both Zhao Feng and Yuan Ji felt that it was inconceivable. Was this really the blood qi of the 6th stage of the Tao Being realm? After Xinxiang sent them flying, he actually rushed forward to chase after them. With his fast and strange movement technique, he instantly flashed to the front of Zhao Feng and Yuan Ji and punched him in the abdomen. Shen Xiang attacked 2 people at the same time, but the blood qi on his fist was still violent and dense. Zhao Feng and Yuan Ji were instantly crippled. The bones and internal organs in their bodies were all shattered. After Xinxiang stepped into the 6th level of the Tao Being realm, his blood qi had reached over 700. In addition to his powerful physical strength, he did not need to use his 4-phase magic kung fu to easily defeat Yuan Ji, who was at the 7th level of the Tao Being realm. What he wanted was to be completely crushed. The effect of the pressure. Only Tang Yihai from the Creation Divine sect and Little Yanwang were left on the field. They ran very quickly and immediately rushed out of the Starflame Plaza, because they knew very well that if they continued to fight, they would definitely be crippled. This terrifying youth from the Starflame sect would definitely not show mercy. Yi Jiaxiao was still on the field, because she still had to help Xinxiang defeat Crown Prince Tianheng. Chapter 3964. This was also one of Xinxiang's plans. The main reason was that Xinxiang was still very weak when he entered the Starfire sect, and his cultivation was also very low. However, he was still a genius. Eventually, the plump elder took a liking to him and took him in as a disciple. Furthermore, the elder had been secretly grooming him. More importantly, the Starfire sect had a secret art that could strengthen the vitality of its disciples. Thus, a 6-Dan cultivator would be able to defeat a 7-Dan cultivator, and if paired with a powerful battle technique, he would be able to defeat several 7-Dan cultivators. As for how the Starfire sect obtained these techniques, there were many theories. In short, they were bragging about the Starfire sect's ability to nurture their disciples to the point of being godly and also downplaying Xinxiang's personal abilities at the same time, so that no one would pay attention to him. The big powers were filled with suspicion, but even more people were convinced because Xinxiang's performance was too dazzling. Later on, there were also many big shots from various powers who rushed over to test Xinxiang's age and cultivation. He was indeed 14 years old and at the 6th level of the Tao Being realm. Especially World, Defying Stage, Divine Palace, and Tao Creation Divine Sect. They wanted to confirm this matter even more, because this was too inconceivable to him. After all, these were 2 great sects with a long history. Heavenly Flame Emperor was also very interested in this. He even asked Zhao Jingzhong about Shenxiang, but Zhao Jingzhong said that he did not know much about it. No matter how many doubts there were in this competition, the Starfire City would be even more lively than before, and there would be more and more disciples who wanted to join the Starfire sect. Shenxiang was currently hiding in the forbidden grounds of the Starfire sect. Heavenly Flame Emperor wanted to see him, but he did not want to see him. In any case, a large group of seniors had checked his body before, proving that the Starfire sect did not cheat. Crown Prince Tianheng also wanted to see Shenxiang. She had even grabbed Lin Ruhu to threaten Shenxiang, and if he did not see her, she would castrate Lin Ruhu. Yes, this crown prince of the Heavenly Eternal Empire was currently grabbing Lin Ruhu and causing a ruckus in a living room of the Starfire sect. All right, I won't see young Master Shin, but you guys give him a secret letter. You're not allowed to open it and peek. If you open the envelope, you'll burn yourself. Crown Prince Tianheng handed over a letter to the Starfire sect leader. Only this Crown Prince Tianheng would allow a sect leader to deliver a letter. It was Shenxiang who asked Starflame sect leader to watch Crown Prince Tianheng. He was worried that this tomboy would do something crazy. Starflame's headmaster immediately sent the letter to Shenxiang. Shenxiang opened it and looked at it, secretly surprised. The Tianheng Crown Prince actually knew that there was a god-horned beast coming out from the Crouching Dragon Manor. She wrote to Shenxiang that after the Crouching Dragon Manor exploded, the entire Meteor Trail City would be in danger. She wanted Shenxiang to follow her back to the Tianheng Empire. She knows that there is a divine horned beast under the Crouching Dragon Manor. We need to seal her mouth as soon as possible. Shenxiang sighed. Call her in. He also knew that the Tianheng Crown Prince had a keen eye and knew that he was a rare talent. That was why he wanted to poach him to the Tianheng Empire. Star Flame Sect leader immediately went to bring Crown Prince Tianheng to the Forbidden Grounds. This was the first time he had brought an outsider in. For this reason, he had to thoroughly inspect Crown Prince Tianheng. In 100 Flowers Tower, Yi Jiaxiao returned to report. Sister Zilon, that young Master Shin is very powerful. He doesn't need my help at all. On the other hand, I need his help. Yi Jiaxiao said, Looks like we were overthinking it. It's good that he can win. It's all because of his help that our business can grow bigger and bigger. We still have to open a few more branches in the Meteor Trail City. Yen Xylin was relieved. She had also received information about the competition. 0-inch Sister Zilon. Is that young Master Shin a sister of our 100 Flowers world? Yi Jiaxiao asked in a low voice. He's been wearing a mask the entire time. Is it because he doesn't want to reveal that he's a woman? Yen Xylin almost laughed out loud, then shook his head in denial and said, He's a man. At this time, Xiao Xianglin also returned. Xiao, don't stay in the world-defying stage for too long. Prepare for a calamity that will engulf the 10 great worlds. Xiao Xianglin said in a serious tone, I will also rush back to preside over the situation as soon as possible. Yi Jiaxiao had known since she was young that their 100 Flowers world had to prepare for a great calamity at all times. Now that she knew that it was coming, she also became a little nervous. Actually, the great calamity that Xiao Xianglin was talking about was the divine horned beast and the other races that came to train, not the tribulation. In short, this calamity was equally cruel. In the forbidden grounds of the Starfire School, Crown Prince Tianheng saw Shenxiang, but Shenxiang was still wearing his mask. There were only Shenxiang and Crown Prince Tianheng here. Chapter 3965. The Tianheng Crown Prince must have known about the Crouching Dragon Manor a long time ago, but she never mentioned it. She did not even mention it when the great Yen Crown Prince obtained the Crouching Dragon Manor. If she did, the great Yen Crown Prince would definitely fight with Zhao Jingzhong. Proud World will face a great calamity. Below the Crouching Dragon Manor is the entrance to the God Horn Beast's cave. The seal will be broken soon. The Tianheng Crown Prince said, I've known about this for a long time. When the phoenix appeared, I already sensed it. The Tianjin Crown Prince could see that Shen Xiang seemed to know about this as well. She was just curious why Shen Xiang did not tell the Starfire sect about this. She could only assume that Shen Xiang did not want to cause panic before the competition. "Thank you for telling me about this," Shen Xiang said. "Can you promise me? Don't spread this. It's important to me to keep this a secret." "Why? What good will it do you to keep this a secret?" the Tianjin Crown Prince asked. "Also, why should I promise you?" The Tianjin Crown Prince could see that Shen Xiang was hiding something. It was highly possible that he had joined forces with the third prince to deceive the great Yan Crown Prince. Shen Xiang did not answer the Tianjin Crown Prince's question immediately. This was because he was using his special ability to see if the Tianjin Crown Prince was trustworthy. Shen Xiang's divine sense was very powerful. With the special ability, he could easily see if someone was trustworthy. However, he could not see the Tianjin Crown Prince's situation immediately. This surprised him. Usually, this would not happen if the other party's soul was very powerful. The Tianjin Crown Prince's soul was very special. This was something Shen Xiang did not expect. At this moment, the Tianjin Crown Prince was also looking at Shen Xiang. He could feel a pressure coming from his soul. This pressure made him feel very uneasy. "What are you doing?" The Tianjin Crown Prince's tone suddenly darkened. He was on guard. The uneasy Tianjin Crown Prince hastily took 2 steps back. This was because the divine sense released by Shen Xiang terrified him. With Shen Xiang's current cultivation, he should not have such a strong spiritual consciousness. Shen Xiang had used the special ability of his divine sense to see if someone was trustworthy. This was the first time that such a situation had occurred. Moreover, he had been discovered by the other party. Not only that, the other party also knew that his divine sense was very strong. "Crown Prince Tianheng, I have no ill intentions." Shen Xiang smiled and said, "Actually, I really want to work with you because you are a smart person, but I am not sure if you are trustworthy. Now, you are the one who needs my help. You should be more respectful to me. Your actions just now were very disrespectful." Crown Prince Tianheng said unhappily, "I am very sorry. This is indeed my fault. I hope you can understand, because the Crouching Dragon Manor is very important to me." Shen Xiang said, "If we can't guarantee that we keep our promises, it will be difficult for us to continue our cooperation. If we can't work together, are you going to kill me?" Crown Prince Tianheng sneered. "There's no use in killing you. Your people definitely know about this matter as well. They don't have your order and they won't say it out. If you have anything, it's not necessarily right," Shen Xiang said with a smile. "You are also a smart person. That is indeed the case." Crown Prince Tianheng scoffed. "You brat, where did you come from? Why do I feel like you have everything under control?" It had to be said that this Crown Prince Tianheng was very good at judging people. She actually had the feeling that Shen Xiang was the boss behind the scenes. Shen Xiang immediately took out a soul contract and said, "Look, this is a soul contract that we trust and respect each other. There are no special terms. As long as we sign it, we can talk about it in detail. How about it?" / This kind of soul contract was not unfamiliar to Crown Prince Tianheng. She knew that it was very useful, so she looked at it carefully. The reason why she was still here was because she really wanted to cooperate with Shen Xiang. She even wanted to bring Shen Xiang back to the Tianjin Empire. "How is it?" Shen Xiang asked. "All right, I'll sign it. Anyway, I don't need to do anything to trust you," Crown Prince Tianheng said. "Oh, you are so sure?" Shen Xiang laughed and said, "I have always been very good at judging people." Crown Prince Tianheng said, "Anyway, you know that I am a girl. We have each other's weakness." Crown Prince Tianheng also signed the soul contract. "You are not a girl, right? You are taller than me. You should be a big girl." Xinxiang laughed and said, "What is your name?" "Crown Prince Tianheng Wu Yujun." "Have you never heard of my name?" After Wu Yujun signed the soul contract, her soul also felt the power of the soul contract. "I am asking for your real name," Xinxiang said. Chapter 3966. Wu Yujun was about to explode in anger. Someone actually said that her appearance was only average, especially when she saw that Xinxiang was not particularly interested in her. She began to doubt her life. "Little brat, you haven't even grown your hair yet, right? What girlfriend can you have?" "Many girlfriends." "Bragging." Wu Yujun retorted, "You damn narcissist. Do you really think that you are the most handsome person in the world?" "Of course, I'm not the most handsome person in the world. I'm the most handsome person in the world." Xinxiang smiled and said, "Sister Wu, although your appearance is ordinary, I, Xinxiang, will definitely not look down on you. You don't have to be unable to raise your head in front of me. Don't say any more. Our aesthetic standards are worlds apart. So let's not talk about beauty or ugliness." Wu Yujun did not want to be beaten down by Xinxiang again. "Sister Wu, then let's get down to business," Xinxiang said. "Yes, it's time to get down to business." Wu Yujun nodded. "Why don't we talk while we take a bath?" Xinxiang laughed. Wu Yujun finally could not hold it in anymore. He reached out and pinched Xinxiang's handsome face, gritted his teeth and said, "You little rascal, you keep saying that my appearance is average, but you always want to take a bath with me. Your body is still very honest. I admit your figure is not bad." Xinxiang laughed. "Humph." Wu Yujun was now using both of his hands to pinch Xinxiang's face and rub it. After pinching Xinxiang's face for a long time, she finally felt much better. "I'll get it back in the future if you take such a huge advantage of me." Xinxiang curled his lips and said, "Hurry up and get down to business." Wu Yujun urged, "I'm in a hurry to deal with my own matters. I was the one who asked the third prince to sell the crouching Dragon Mountain Villa to the Crown Prince. You should have guessed that I wanted to scam the Crown Prince, right?" Xinxiang said. "What is your relationship with the third prince?" Wu Yujun asked curiously. "To be honest, I can't see through the situation in the Starfire City at all. I don't know who is in control." "I'm in control," Xinxiang said. "You and I signed a soul contract. That's why I told you these things. As for why I can control it, don't ask." "Then, you made a grave mistake in tricking Great Yan's Crown Prince. His mother is a Celestial Venerable's disciple. Do you have a Celestial Venerable backing you?" Wu Yujun asked. "Don't you have someone behind you?" Xinxiang asked. Wu Yujun only snorted and did not answer. The reason why Xinxiang suspected that there was an Empyrean behind her was mainly because her soul had a very good defensive ability. It was not the protection of a magical weapon or the like, but because of the cultivation method she cultivated. It was a very brilliant spiritual sense cultivation method. "I can keep the Crouching Dragon Villa a secret. Great Yan's Crown Prince and the others haven't discovered it yet. But I can't say for sure in the future," Wu Yujun said. "You said you want to work with me. What benefits will I get?" "My Meteor Trail City is being expanded. I have a way to build a very safe city. I need a lot of manpower and resources now. If you help me in the dark, I'll give you a piece of land when the time comes," Xinxiang said confidently. "Even the imperial cities of Great Yan and Heavenly Hung Empires might not be able to withstand the attacks of the divine horned beasts. What makes you think your little Meteor Trail City can withstand them?" Although Wu Yujun had never seen the divine horned beasts before, she had some understanding of them. After all, even the Heavenly Hung Empire was prepared to be destroyed. They were not confident that they could defend their imperial city. "Then, are you willing to take a gamble? Since you can't even defend your imperial city, why don't you bet on me?" Xinxiang smiled and said, "If the gamble is right, why don't you bet on me? If you win, you'll have a place to stay, won't you?" Xinxiang did not expect these empires to be so weak. They were actually prepared to die. What kind of resources do you need? Wu Yujun was tempted. Xinxiang was right. Although the Heavenly Hung Empire had a lot of resources, they could not make good use of these resources. She might as well bet on Xinxiang. If Meteor Trail City could withstand the invasion of the divine horned beasts, she would have a way out. I'll let the sect master and the Marquis talk to you, Xinxiang said. By the way, can you make the decision to mobilize so many resources? Of course I can. I'll be the Heavenly Hung Empire soon. What do you think? Wu Yujun said. However, I won't be able to sit on the throne for long. Once the divine horned beasts invade, everything will be over. That's true. That's why I'm doing my best to build the safest city. Xinxiang said, Meteor Trail City is the best choice. Why don't you come to the imperial city of my Heavenly Hung Empire? I'll use all the resources of the empire, Wu Yujun said seriously. A safe city has to be built next to a cave. Xinxiang asked, How many of these caves have you found in your Heavenly Hung Empire? I haven't found a single one. The caves of the divine horned beasts are hidden very well. They are not as obvious as the caves of the crouching dragon village. Wu Yujun sighed and shook her head, and we've been investigating the vicinity of the city. So far, we haven't found anything unusual. Chapter 3967. The news of a Heavenly Venerable's arrival had indeed caught Xinxiang off guard. In Xinxiang's eyes, Heavenly Venerables were high and mighty. They should not be involved in such trivial matters. Yet they were coming to the Crouching Dragon Manor. If a Heavenly Venerable found out that the Crouching Dragon Manor was under the God-Horn Beast's cave, the demon-killing Duke and the great Yen Crown Prince would definitely be furious. Of course, they would not take this lying down. They would definitely take back the resources they had given Zhao Jingzhong. Another outcome was that the Heavenly Venerable would not find out that it was the God-Horn Beast's cave. Then they would start excavating the Crouching Dragon Manor. In that case, the God-Horn Beast might come out earlier. If Meteor Trail City was not prepared, it would be destroyed by the God-Horn Beast. Sister Wu, how did you find out that it was the God-Horn Beast? Xinxiang asked. Was it the Heavenly Venerable behind you? We found out ourselves. Although I have a Heavenly Venerable behind me, I don't completely listen to him. We are just cooperating. Wu Yujun asked. Young Master Xin, didn't the Heavenly Venerable behind you tell you? A Heavenly Venerable has come to the Crouching Dragon Manor. This is big news. He should know. I don't know what happened either. Do you think the Heavenly Venerable behind the demon-killing Duke would find out that the Crouching Dragon Manor is the God-Horn Beast's cave? Xinxiang asked. It's hard to say, but I think there's a high chance that they won't find out. The demon-killing Duke must have investigated the Crouching Dragon Manor before he made a deal with you. The person in charge of investigating the Crouching Dragon Manor might have been sent by a Heavenly Venerable, Wu Yujun said. All right, let's hope they don't find out. Xinxiang did not want to go against a Heavenly Venerable now. That would be very disadvantageous to him. He had not figured out the Heavenly Venerable's exact strength yet. He also did not know what kind of existence they were. I'll return to Tianheng first. I'll send the resources over as soon as possible. That's on the condition that your Meteor Trail City is still there. From Wu Yujun's point of view, Meteor Trail City was in a dangerous situation now. Xinxiang immediately rushed to Hundred Flowers Tower and found Xiao Xianglin. Sister Xiao, are you going back to Hundred Flowers World? The moment Xinxiang arrived, he received the news. The Hundred Flowers World will also have that kind of spatial passage. At that time, not only the God-Horned Beast, but also the 10,000 races from the outer world will enter the 10 Great Worlds trial. Xiao Xianglin sighed. I have to go back and preside over the overall situation. Now that you've obtained the Green Dragon Demon Slayer, I'm relieved. An Empyrean is coming to the Crouching Dragon Manor. Xinxiang was very worried. I have to prepare for the worst. If the matter of the hidden dragon villa is exposed ahead of time, the Starfire City will not be able to withstand the attack of an Empyrean. If I had to face an Empyrean, it would still be quite difficult for me to fight. It would be fine if we were in the 100 Flowers realm, but this is someone else's territory. Xiao Xianglin frowned and said, "If it really doesn't work, I can only force him to retreat." "Sister Xiao, if you can't go back, will there be any problems with 100 Flowers World?" Shan Xiang was also very worried about 100 Flowers World. "Although I am not in the 100 Flowers World, there are many sisters who can take charge of the situation. For example, Yu Jie, Qilian, they can all take charge of the situation." Xiao Xianglin said. LV Qilian was also a 100 Flowers Emperor, and Xiao Xianglin was only on the surface. But LV Qilian's strength was not weak either. If Xiao Xianglin, the 100 Flowers Emperor, fell, the 100 Flowers World would immediately have a 100 Flowers Emperor stand up. "Send back the Sea of Consciousness soul pellets I gave you before as soon as possible. Let Sister Qilian and the other female big shots cultivate a strong divine sense as soon as possible." Xinxiang said, "I've already arranged it. Ziqian and Hui Shan will come to retrieve the Sea of Consciousness soul pellet." Xiao Xianglin said, "Meiyao, Menger, and Xianxian will also be here soon, with Bai Ziqian and Long Hui Shan escorting the Sea of Consciousness soul pellet." Xinxiang felt much more at ease. "Xinxiang, there is an old friend of yours in the World-Defying Academy. He is very strong, but he can't remember you. If you can get his help, the Starfire City will be more stable." Xiao Xianglin said. "Who?" Shen Xiang had a lot of powerful friends in the past. "Long Jiuxiao. He and Shuangru are in the World-Defying Academy. I heard from Shuangru that there are a few old dragons sealed in the World-Defying Academy. They want to save their fellow clansmen. They might have to fight with the Heavenly Devil Abyss." Xiao Xianglin said, "They are within the borders of the Great Yin Empire. If you ride the 6 Realms mirrors, you should be able to rush there very quickly." "How is Senior Zhao's current strength?" Xinxiang asked. "He is one of the few who has fought with the Sky Sovereign, and many times at that." Xiao Xianglin said, "I will contact Shuangru and confirm their location so that you can find them. Even if that Sky Sovereign wants to cause trouble in the Starfire City, I can still hold on for a few days. Try your best to call Long Jiuxiao over in a few days." Xiao Xianglin warned, "Remember, don't be too anxious and anger Long Jiuxiao. You have to be more polite to Shuangru." Long Shuangru was Long Jiuxiao's daughter. Back then, when Long Jiuxiao was poisoned, Long Shuangru met Xinxiang and obtained the antidote from Xinxiang. Therefore, Xinxiang could be considered Long Jiuxiao's savior. If Long Jiuxiao did not forget Xinxiang, there was no need for Xinxiang to personally go over. As long as he called out, Long Jiuxiao would immediately rush over. Chapter 3968. In fact, the relationship between the 100 Flowers World and the 9 Clouds World was not bad. The main reason was because Long Shuangru was the bridge between them, and the two worlds had helped each other for many years. Xiao Xianglin had already greeted Long Shuangru. If Shan Xiang went over again and gave him some soul pills, he would be able to persuade Long Jiuxiao to come over and help. Originally, it was best for Xiao Xianglin and Shen Xiang to go together, but she had to stay and guard the Starfire City. That was something that Shen Xiang had managed with great difficulty, and the Starfire City was also very important to the 100 Flowers World. On the other hand, Xiao Xianglin wanted to see how Long Jiuxiao would accept Xinxiang after he forgot about Xinxiang. According to her observations, up until now, those who had forgotten about Xinxiang, as long as they had a good relationship with Xinxiang in the past, would have an inexplicable good impression of Xinxiang. Bai Yuyu had always been against strange men, but after she saw Xinxiang, she did not feel disgusted at all. Therefore, Xiao Xianglin believed that Long Jiuxiao would be able to get along well with Xinxiang very quickly. If that was the case, then Shen Xiang would be able to ask Long Jiuxiao for help. Not only would he be able to get to know his old friends through Long Jiuxiao, he would also be able to pull the Nine Clouds world into the Starfire City. Shen Xiang also roughly understood Xiao Xianglin's intentions, but he was still a little nervous, worried that Long Jiuxiao would not recognize him, and at that time he would have made a wasted trip. Shen Xiang rode on the 6 realms mirrors and flew for more than 2 hours before Xiao Xianglin sent news over. I just contacted Shuangru. She wants to return to the Nine Clouds world. She and Long Jiuxiao found the sealed old dragons and saved them. A few powerful old dragons were injured, so she brought them back to recuperate. Xiao Xianglin said, "Ah, what about Senior Jiuxiao?" Shen Xiang asked anxiously. Long Jiuxiao was the savior in his eyes. If Long Jiuxiao also returned to the Nine Clouds world, would he have to follow him? The 9 heavens and earth were too far away. Even if he had the 6 realms mirrors, it would take a lot of time to go back and forth. Long Jiuxiao is still in the dragon devouring abyss. In order for Shuangru to retreat with the old dragon, he temporarily stayed there to deal with the devil emperor in the abyss. Xiao Xianglin warned, Shen Xiang, when you go to the dragon devouring abyss, you must act according to your capabilities. I know what to do. Shen Xiang smiled and said, Sister Xiao, you can rest assured that I won't do anything reckless. I was able to be reborn, so I treasure my life very much. It's good that you know, Xiao Xianglin said softly. With me here in Starfire City, I can hold on until you return. Shen Xiang knew that Xiao Xianglin was very strong, but it was not good for her to show herself. After all, she was a big shot of the 100 Blossom Realm. It was very strange for her to start a war with a heavenly venerable for Meteor Trail City and in the great Yan Empire. Xiao Xianglin was already very strong back then, even though her cultivation had regressed. With her rich experience and the various equipment in her hands, dealing with an Empyrean would definitely not be a problem. Shen Xiang had never thought that Xiao Xianglin was weak, especially now that she had cultivated an even stronger consciousness. After disconnecting, Shen Xiang immediately contacted Wang Camtin. Old Huang, why did you return to Meteor Trail City? Shen Xiang asked with a smile. Aren't you very afraid of that demon-killing Duke? I just left the city. I really won't go back this time. Wang Camtin said very seriously, Young Master Shen, Meteor Trail City is really finished this time. The master of the demon-killing old lady is here. I know, Shen Xiang sighed. I originally thought that you would stay in Meteor Trail City and help me guard it. Since you're so weak, then forget it. Guard my ass. When the God-horned beast comes out, Meteor Trail City will be finished sooner or later. You don't know how big the hole below the crouching Dragon Mountain Villa is, Wang Camtin said in fear. If it wasn't for the fact that it was too big, it wouldn't have leaked out such a dense aura in advance. So Meteor Trail City would be finished sooner or later. Old Huang, if you still treat me as a descendant of the ancestor god, believe me this time, Shen Xiang said. As long as we can block the Sky Sovereign this time, Meteor Trail City will definitely be able to exist for a long time. Block the Sky Sovereign? That's easier said than done. Wang Camtin sighed. All right, I will stay in Meteor Trail City for the time being. If necessary, I will try my best to help. Xiao Xianglin is in Meteor Trail City. She has already agreed to help me block it. When the time comes, you just have to do something. Shen Xiang said. What? Demoness Xiao is also here? If she's here, then there's nothing for me to do. You brat, you clearly have the help of such a person. So why did you drag a weak little old man like me in? Wang Camtin curled his lips and said, Is elder sister Xiao really that strong? Shen Xiang knew that Xiao Xianglin could fight against the Sky Sovereign, but from Wang Camtin's tone, Xiao Xianglin seemed to be even stronger. She must be very strong. Who knows how many clones she has? Her strongest clones are her clones, and each clone's strength is the same. If they are released at the same time and besiege an Empyrean, even the Empyrean won't be able to hold on for long. Wong Camton said, but if she were to make a move, Heavenly Flame Emperor would definitely be unhappy. Heavenly Flame Emperor was very disgusted by others fighting in his territory, not to mention that it involved such a thing. Old Huang, I'm currently looking for Long Jiuxiao. If nothing goes wrong, I should be able to invite him to Meteor Trail City, Shenxiang said, so you guys just need to help me stall for a while. Chapter 3969. Shenxiang had been to the Heavenly Devil Abyss before, but he had never encountered this kind of poisonous miasma, which meant that this dragon-devouring abyss was different from the other Heavenly Devil Abysses. Therefore, Shenxiang was extremely careful at the moment. He could not be delayed for too long. The situation at the Starfire City was very urgent. He had to quickly bring Long Jiuxiao over. Shenxiang sat on top of the 6 realms mirrors and slowly descended. With the protection of the barrier released by the 6 realms mirrors, the poisonous miasma was unable to invade. Actually, even without the 6 realms mirrors, Shenxiang was not afraid of the poisonous miasma because his resistance to poison was already very strong. Not only was his body's resistance to poison strong, the special consciousness released by his powerful soul, combined with the strange blood energy in his body, allowed him to quickly eliminate the poison that invaded his body. The poison gas in the dragon-devouring abyss is very strong, but it is only in the abyss and has not flowed out. Shenxiang released his consciousness to investigate the situation in the dragon-devouring abyss, and immediately had many doubts. Was this poisonous miasma formed by the heavens, or was it created by someone? Only a natural formation would be so strong, right? That shouldn't be the case. With the divine energy in the 10 great worlds, it's not enough to give birth to such a powerful, poisonous miasma. After Shenxiang further analyzed the poisonous miasma here, he made a very shocking guess. There was a passage beneath the dragon-devouring abyss that connected to the outside world. The powerful poisonous miasma was transported in from the outside world. The divine energy in the 10 great worlds was very weak, and it was difficult for it to produce such a strong poisonous miasma. And in the space beyond the heavens, there was a very strong flow of energy, which was why it was possible to produce such a large amount of poisonous miasma. Below the dragon-devouring abyss is also a cave that leads to the outside world. Shenxiang could not help but be shocked. If that was really the case, then what about the other Heavenly Devil Abyss? He had entered the Heavenly Devil Abyss before, and there was indeed a spatial tunnel below. At the same time that the 6 realms mirrors descended, little sister Xiaojing also continuously controlled the divine mirror to release its energy to investigate the situation at the bottom. Big brother, there are a lot of powerful things down there. Little sister Xiaojing said, with your current strength, you can't beat them. Do you really want to go down? The 6 realms mirrors also stopped at this moment. After that, Shenxiang stood at the edge of the 6 realms mirrors and watched as dozens of light spots appeared on the surface of the mirror. One of them was golden, while the others were red. The golden light is Senior Long Jiuxiao. Little sister Xiaojing said, Big brother, I remember this Senior Jiuxiao. The 6 realms mirrors had followed Shenxiang for many years, and the people around Shenxiang, little sister Xiaojing knew and remembered most of them. Senior 9 Firmaments is under siege. Through the specks of light that appeared in the mirror, Shenxiang could see Long Jiuxiao dodging back and forth in the abyss, occasionally colliding with the red specks of light. Long Jiuxiao was besieged, and he couldn't beat so many people. He could only run back and forth, avoid the opponent's attacks, and then find an opportunity to rush over and attack. This way, he could slowly wear down the opponent, and as long as he reduced the number of opponents, he would have the advantage. Is there any danger down there? Shenxiang always felt that it was not that simple. If Long Jiuxiao could not beat him, he would definitely be able to run away. Then there was only one possibility, and that was that Long Jiuxiao could not escape. Big brother, wait a moment. I'll check again. Little sister, Xiao Jing said. A white light shot out from the back of the Six Realms mirrors. After a while, little sister Xiao Jing said, there is a ceiling formation. It's easy to enter, but difficult to come out. Little sister Xiao Jing, I'm going down to save Senior Jiu Xiao. No problem, right? Shen Xiang still wanted to hear little sister Xiao Jing's opinion. Although she looked like a little girl, Shen Xiang was very clear that the Six Realms mirrors had experienced a lot over the years, so this little girl was definitely not as simple as she looked on the outside. But after I enter that ceiling formation, I will need a period of time to break through. Big brother, you and Senior Jiu Xiao are unable to create an opportunity for me to break through the formation. Little sister Xiao Jing sighed. It's very risky for you to go down and save him. Just at this moment, Shen Xiang realized that there were a few more red dots of light on the mirror. Previously, Long Jiuxiao had only killed 2 of them, but now a few more had appeared. This meant that there really was a passage that was constantly receiving reinforcements. What if Senior Jiu Xiao uses the Green Dragon Demon Slayer? Shen Xiang asked. I am only lending it to him. I will take it back after I escape. Chapter 3970. The sudden appearance of the Six Realms mirrors not only surprised Long Jiuxiao, the dozens of powerful Demon King-S were also caught off guard. The Six Realms mirrors' flying speed was too fast. Although the Demon King-S could also fly, their speed could not keep up with the Six Realms mirrors. Right now, it was completely little sister Xiao Jing who was controlling the Six Realms mirrors, and could very well dodge the attacks of the Demon King-S. Dozens of Demon King-S threw their spears, shot out their bows and arrows, and released a violent ball of energy condensed from their blood chi. They crazily attacked the flying Six Realms mirrors, but none of them hit it. Little sister Xiao Jing's control over the Six Realms mirrors could be said to be superb. Even Shen Xiang could not do it to her level. Furthermore, little sister Xiao Jing could sense the strength of the power that passed by. If she really could not block it, she could still strengthen the protective barrier to block it. Of course, the Six Realms mirrors also needed energy, and the main source of energy was the spar. Fortunately, he had asked Zhao Jingzhong and the others for some from time to time. Starflame Leader, Starflame Marquis, Bai Yanqing, and Zhao Jingzhong all had a large number of spar in their hands, and they would give Shen Xiang a large sum from time to time. Senior Jiu Xiao, I was sent by Big Sister Xiao. That is Xiao Xianglin of the 100 Flowers World. Shen Xiang anxiously explained. We don't have much time left. Before more people come, we have to rush out. After knowing that it was Xiao Xianglin who sent him, Long Jiuxiao was even more shocked, because according to his understanding of the 100 Flowers World, the group of women rarely relied on men, but now they had sent a young man to save him. Long Jiuxiao only thought that his daughter Long Shuangru had asked Xiao Xianglin for help, and then Xiao Xianglin had sent this young man over, so he did not think too much about it. Did you use your consciousness to send a sound transmission to me just now? Long Jiuxiao had once possessed a powerful consciousness, so he was very clear about how strong Shen Xiang's consciousness was, especially in this kind of harsh environment, and just now he was still flashing around with the Demon King, but Shen Xiang was still able to lock onto his position and send a sound transmission with his consciousness. This was not only because his consciousness was strong, but also because he had a brilliant use of his consciousness. It's me, Shen Xiang said. Senior, you have to believe me now. I'm going to help you detoxify the poison, so you can't reject the divine sense that I'm going to inject into your body. All right. Although Long Jiuxiao had many doubts in his heart, he could only trust Shen Xiang right now, because he knew very well that he was very safe on top of the Six Realms mirrors, and he seemed to have realized that the flying magic treasure he was riding on was not simple. Of course, Long Jiuxiao had seen the Six Realms mirrors before, but because he hadn't seen it for a long time, the Six Realms mirrors had changed a lot after so many years, so he couldn't recognize it for a moment. Furthermore, he had never thought that the Six Realms mirrors would be owned by a youth, so he had never associated it with the six realms mirrors. Shanxiang immediately began to detoxify the poison. He did not expect that in his 2 lives he would meet Long Jiuxiao because of detoxification. Moreover, both of them had saved his life. Maybe this is fate. Shanxiang sighed in his heart. Little brother, what's your name? How old are you this year? Long Jiuxiao was very respectful to Shanxiang, because, in his opinion, this young man was not simple. Shanxiang, the age test is 14 years old. Shanxiang replied, and then seriously detoxified the poison. The shock in Long Jiuxiao's heart could not be any greater. Only 14 years old? He had thought that the young man in front of him was an old man who had eaten some kind of pill, which was why he maintained his youthful appearance. A 14-year-old youth had single-handedly entered the bottom of the dragon-devouring abyss. Furthermore, he was able to calmly detoxify the poison in the face of so many powerful demon kings. He even saved him. In the 10 great worlds, there weren't many people who could do this. In fact, no one else could do it. If he could detoxify the poison, then he would be even more powerful. Long Jiuxiao was very clear about how terrifying the poison that entered his body was. It was a poison miasma that came from beyond the heavens, and with the antidote pills in the 10 great worlds, it was impossible to disperse the poison. This poison is very difficult to cure. Long Jiuxiao sighed and shook his head. Even if you help me solve it, it will be difficult for us to escape from the predicament in front of us. Why did Miss Xiao send you? She's too irrational. It's a long story. Let's talk about it after we get out. Shanxiang said, This poison comes from beyond the heavens. It's not from the 10 great worlds. Yeah, that's why it's hard to cure. Long Jiuxiao said with a serious expression. This treasure of yours is very powerful. It might be able to rush out. I can still block it if I transform into a dragon. You should escape by yourself. Shanxiang sighed with emotion in his heart. Long Jiuxiao was still as righteous as before. Actually, when Long Jiuxiao saw Shanxiang, he had a good impression of Shanxiang. He always felt that he owed this youth his life, and adding the fact that Shanxiang had taken such a huge risk to save him, it made him want to sacrifice himself to save Shanxiang even more. We can all get out. Shanxiang's current blood energy and consciousness were also unable to disperse the poison miasma in Long Jiuxiao's body. He could only use another method, which was to use the devouring magic kung fu to draw all of Long Jiuxiao's poison into his body and then force it out himself. Chapter 3971. Long Jiuxiao opened his eyes wide as he looked at the green dragon demon slayer that Shanxiang handed over. He found it hard to believe that the thing that the tyrants of the 10 great worlds had been fighting for tens of thousands of years was actually right in front of his eyes. The most unbelievable thing was that this blade was given to him by a young man. Senior, quickly catch it. Shanxiang laughed. With this blade, dealing with those demons will be even easier. The green dragon demon slayer is indeed a world-defying ancestral artifact. Later on, it was corrupted by the evil demons and turned into a peerless weapon. Although Long Jiuxiao said this, he still took it and exclaimed, It's been purified. The green dragon demon slayer did not have the slightest bit of evil energy and had recovered to the world-defying ancestral artifact from back then. Yes, it has been purified. Shanxiang nodded. Senior, you can use it without worry. Little brother, who exactly are you? Long Jiuxiao was filled with doubt and curiosity towards Shanxiang's background. Let's talk about it later. Let's go out first. Shanxiang urged, Senior, hurry up. The consciousness I injected into your body has a time limit. All right. Long Jiuxiao immediately rushed out of the 6 realms mirror's barrier, holding the green dragon demon slayer in his hand. He flew towards the group of demon kings. Just now, there were a few more demon kings. The number was actually increasing, and it seemed to have come from the heavens. After the green dragon demon slayer was infused with the powerful dragon blood qi by Long Jiuxiao, it let out an imposing roar. The power that erupted from this blade shocked the group of demon kings. It's the green dragon demon slayer. This person actually possesses the green dragon demon slayer. Quickly go back and report. Quickly go back and report. This is a complete green dragon demon slayer. There was a demon king whose voice was filled with fear. Long Jiuxiao was extremely excited. He never thought that this would actually be a complete green dragon demon-slain broadsword. He thought that this was only the blade's body. When he came to the world-defying stage, he found out that many big shots were chasing after the blade. Long Jiuxiao knew that this blade would never be his, so he never thought of obtaining it. Sensing that this was a complete green dragon demon slayer, Long Jiuxiao immediately thought that Xinxiang had already obtained the dragon soul blade soul. The difficulty of obtaining the dragon's soul blade soul was no less than obtaining the blade itself. To gather all these items and completely purify the green dragon demon slayer was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It was precisely because Long Jiuxiao understood the difficulty of it that he had never thought of obtaining it. Furthermore, in the depths of his soul, he had subconsciously warned himself many times that this blade did not belong to him. Even now, with the green dragon demon slayer in his hands, Long Jiuxiao was slaughtering his enemies in all directions. He felt the great power brought by the divine blade, but his heart was still unmoved. He did not think of taking it for himself. If it didn't belong to him, he would never be able to obtain it. The Six Realms Mirrors was also invisible at this moment and began to come to the edge of the formation to break the formation. Little sister Xiao Jing, can Senior Jiu Xiao deal with those guys? Xinxiang asked. Yes, he is a very powerful dragon. Furthermore, the dragon blood qi in his body is very pure, with a sense of righteousness. He used this blade to fight a great battle, which is equivalent to refining this blade. It will make it easier for you to use it in the future. Little sister, Xiao Jing said. Xinxiang was a lot more at ease. He looked at Long Jiuxiao and saw that the demon kings were fleeing in a sorry state. In his heart, he hoped that he could quickly become stronger. Of course, Long Jiuxiao had yet to unleash the true power of the green dragon demon slayer. Little sister Xiao Jing had said before that the upper limit of the green dragon demon slayer was very high, and very few people could unleash it. Xinxiang did not know why this blade had become like this, as if it was forged by the heavens and earth. It was completely different from the green dragon demon slayer he was familiar with back then. When Long Jiuxiao saw that the demon kings wanted to run back, he flew over and killed them. Before Xinxiang came, Long Jiuxiao was besieged by this group of demon kings. But now it was very different. Looking at the scene, it was as if Long Jiuxiao had surrounded the dozens of demon kings. Every once in a while, a few demon kings would come to reinforce them. And now, before the reinforcements arrived, Long Jiuxiao had already killed more than half of them. In this abyss, there were also a large number of demon kings' souls floating around, all of which were absorbed by little sister Xiao Jing and refined. The souls of these demon kings, after being purified, could be used to refine sea of consciousness soul pellets. Xinxiang predicted that he could refine King level C of consciousness soul pellets. Chapter 3972. Although Long Jiuxiao looked very calm, his heart was in turmoil. The legendary world-defying stage, Ancestor God, had appeared in front of him just like that. If it was anyone else who said that, they would definitely be treated as a madman. However, Xinxiang had the green dragon demon slayer and the Six Realms Mirrors, and his consciousness was extremely strong, so Long Jiuxiao had no choice but to believe it. Just call me young Master Shen. Xinxiang laughed and said, Senior, can you beat the Sky Sovereign? As long as there aren't 5 of them, I can deal with them. Oh, right. Does that Sky Sovereign know that you are the Ancestor God? Long Jiuxiao asked. Why is he looking for trouble with you? Long Jiuxiao had a better understanding of those Empyreans. They usually wouldn't take the initiative to cause trouble for others. They don't know that I'm the ancestor god, much less that I have the 6 realms mirrors and the green dragon demon slayer. Shan Xiang sighed, then began to talk about the Starfire City and the crouching dragon villa. After long Jiuxiao finished listening, he was very interested in the Starfire City, because Shan Xiang had just said that he could use the energy under the crouching dragon villa to strengthen the defense of the Great City Barrier Formation. This was indeed a very good idea. Long Jiuxiao had a better understanding of those tunnels. To be able to maintain a spatial tunnel, it required a huge amount of energy. If he could absorb energy from it, the Great City Barrier Formation would be able to withstand all sorts of attacks. If the myriad races of the outer heavens appear, then the empires and dynasties of the world-defying stage will definitely collapse. If the Starfire City can still exist, then it will be one of the few safe places in the world-defying stage. Long Jiuxiao nodded. This can attract a lot of people. That's why I need Senior's help. Shin Xiang laughed bitterly. Now that the matter of the crouching dragon villa has been exposed, if the people of Starfire City were to find out about this news, it would quickly become an empty city. This was the worst outcome. After all, the God-Horned Beast's cave was right next to them. If the Crown Prince of Great Yen and the others were to spread this news, who would dare to stay in Starfire City? Even if the Starfire sect leader and the others said it, no one would believe that the Starfire City could withstand the God-Horned Beast's attack. Young Master Shin, you are the ancestor god. You should know better than me that some things are not so smooth. Long Jiuxiao said, I will definitely help you protect the Starfire City until the Great City Protection Array is completed. Even if everyone ran away now, as long as the Great City Barrier Array was built, the God-Horned Beasts would not be able to break through Meteor Trail City when they came out. At that time, it would attract a large number of people to come in. Not only did Long Jiuxiao agree to protect the Starfire City, he also wanted to participate in the construction of the Starfire City's great defensive array and did not want any rewards. After all, Shin Xiang had saved his life, and he was repaying him now. Young Master Shin, what exactly is going on in the outer heavens? Long Jiuxiao had many doubts about this. I'm not too sure either. I've always been sealed. Senior, to tell you the truth, we used to know each other and we have a very good relationship. We can be considered very good friends. But because of a certain powerful force, while destroying your sea of consciousness, it also erased all memories of me. Shin Xiang looked up at the sky, his eyes full of confusion. How is this possible? Long Jiuxiao found it hard to accept that there was a power that could quietly erase his memories. It's true. Yun Xiao Dao Zhurong, Xiao Chou, and the others are all right? Xiao Dao and Pork Rong are my friends. Xiao Chou is my disciple. And Gu Dongqin, Wu Keiming, Qi Shi. Shan Xiang said a long list of familiar names. They were all in the 9 heavens world. This was because, in the legends, the world-defying stage ancestral god was a high and mighty existence. He created the world-defying stage universe and was the ancestral god that Long Jiuxiao and the others looked up to. However, this ancestral god had once had a very good relationship with Long Jiuxiao and the others. However, this part of his memories had been erased. Because elder sister Xiao sensed that her memories were being lost, and because she was very strong, she was able to resist it immediately. That's why she still remembers me. Shin Xiang said again, This is truly unbelievable. Long Jiuxiao shook his head and exclaimed, still in disbelief. Shin Xiang took out a sea of consciousness soul pellet and handed it over to him, and said, This is a sea of consciousness soul pellet. I refined it myself. After eating it, a fake sea of consciousness will appear, and my consciousness will be able to break through the current restrictions. Then, how can we recover that portion of our memories? Long Jiuxiao received the sea of consciousness soul pellet. He was gradually accepting what Xinxiang had said before. I don't know. Sister Xiangyue is also my friend. I have slightly probed her soul and found something strange, but I did not dare to try too deeply. I was afraid that it would cause irreversible damage to her soul. Xinxiang shook his head. Her soul isn't strong enough, and she's still a human. I'm a dragon. I'll eat your sea of consciousness soul pellet. After my soul becomes stronger, you can use me to try. Long Jiuxiao said, I must recover that portion of my memories. We'll talk about it when we get to the Starfire City, Xinxiang said. I will definitely help you all become stronger and then charge out of the 10 great worlds. Long Jiuxiao was also extremely excited right now. He was looking forward to recovering that portion of his lost memories. He swallowed the sea of consciousness soul pellet and began to refine it. He was a dragon, so his refining speed was extremely fast. He didn't need Xinxiang's guidance to immediately adapt to the newly cultivated sea of consciousness. This fake sea of consciousness is the same as the real sea of consciousness. This feeling that I haven't felt in a long time is really good. Long Jiuxiao laughed heartily. Young Master Xin, you're really something, as expected of the world-defying stage ancestral god. Chapter 3973. Although Long Jiuxiao was not an Empyrean, he was the overlord of the 9 Clouds world. The 9 Clouds world was not as small as the 100 Flowers world, and its resources were very rich. For him to be able to rule such a 9 Clouds world, it proved that his strength was not simple. Otherwise, the 9 Clouds world would have been attacked by the Empyreans long ago. It was said that the Empyreans had tried to control the 9 Clouds world many times, but they had failed in the end. The fact that the 100 Flowers world could resist the Empyreans meant that the 100 Flowers world was not weak. However, the 100 Flowers world was lacking in resources, so the Empyreans did not attack the 100 Flowers world with all their might. On the other hand, the 9 Clouds world must have been attacked by the Empyreans many times over the years, but they were blocked every time. The reason why they could block it was definitely because Long Jiuxiao was very strong, causing the Empyreans to not dare to be too intense. In the end, they could only fail again and again. Xinxiang did not plan to follow. He would leave this matter to Long Jiuxiao. After all, Long Jiuxiao had a lot of experience. After knowing that Xinxiang had invited Long Jiuxiao to back him up, the Starflame sect leader and the others were overjoyed. They were extremely excited. Now, they would not be afraid of the Empyreans. Xinxiang continued to stay in the forbidden grounds of the Starflame sect. The Starflame sect leader and the others had already set off with Long Jiuxiao towards the Crouching Dragon Manor. The location of the negotiation was at the Crouching Dragon Manor. Although they knew that there were god-horned beasts below, the devil-killing Duke and the others did not leave immediately because the Crouching Dragon Manor was still very safe. After the Starflame sect leader and the others left, Xiao Xianglin immediately arrived. She had secretly contacted the Starflame sect leader. At that time, the Starflame sect leader was also very shocked. He did not expect such a big shot like Xiao Xianglin to be so low-key when he came to the Starfire City. When Xiao Xianglin saw that Xinxiang had returned safely and was not injured, she was relieved. She smiled and went over to pinch Xinxiang's handsome face. Little scoundrel, if I pinch you a few more times, I'll be returning to the 100 Flowers world. Xiao Xianglin laughed. If you can invite Long Jiuxiao here, then you must have a way to keep him here for a while. Xiao Xianglin was dressed in white and had a veil. She was short and short. She looked like a lively young girl. With Senior 9 firmaments here, Starfire City can be stable for a long time. Even if the news of the Crouching Dragon Manor having a god-horned beast spread, as long as Long Jiuxiao is in charge of this place, it will still attract many people. Xinxiang laughed. I can now cultivate in peace. How did you convince Long Jiuxiao? Xiao Xianglin was very curious. When Xinxiang sent the message earlier, he did not elaborate on this matter. Speaking of this matter, Shen Xiang's expression gradually became serious, because the poison that came out from the dragon-devouring abyss was very powerful. If it was used by the devil spirits, it would be very harmful. After listening to the entire story, Xiao Xianglin also learned that Shen Xiang had explained his identity to Long Jiuxiao, as well as the matter of his memories being stripped away. It's best to be cautious when it comes to restoring memories, Xiao Xianglin exhorted. I have also conducted many studies over the years. The danger is great. It is very easy to cause serious damage to the soul. I will be careful. Shen Xiang nodded. This time, Xiao Xianglin returned to the 100 Flowers world. After arranging some things, she would come back again, because she also wanted to participate in setting up the Great City Barrier Array. When she found out that Shen Xiang wanted to borrow the energy from the heavens to maintain the formation, she thought that this method was feasible. But the prerequisite was that he needed the power of the 6 Realms Mirrors. The 6 Realms Mirrors could build a passage to absorb the energy from the heavens. In the end, Shen Xiang took advantage of the fact that Xiao Xianglin was not paying attention and kissed her on the cheek before bidding her farewell. Xiao Xianglin laughed and scolded a few times, pinched Shen Xiang's face a few times, and left the Starfire sect. Shen Xiang took out the 6 Realms Mirrors and asked, Little sister Xiao Jing, where are the other 3 Force symbols Divine Weapons S? Are they nearby? Big brother, when you are strong enough and can unleash the stronger power of the Green Dragon Demon Slayer, I will bring you to find the other 3 Force symbols Divine Weapons S. Little sister Xiao Jing said gently, Otherwise you will be in danger. All right. Shen Xiang also knew that little sister Xiao Jing was doing this to protect him. Big brother, familiarize yourself with the Green Dragon Demon Slayer first. Little sister Xiao Jing instructed. The current Green Dragon Demon Slayer is very different from back then. Shen Xiang took out the Green Dragon Demon Slayer, gripped the hilt of the blade tightly, and injected his own blood energy and consciousness into it. Among them, the dragon soul displayed the greatest power. There was a slaughtering scarlet dragon within the dragon soul. Little sister Xiao Jing, did the slaughtering scarlet dragon become a dragon soul? Shen Xiang asked. Chapter 3974. Alchemy was Shen Xiang's old profession. Although his current cultivation was low, it was enough for him to refine very high-level and high-quality pills. The 10 Great Worlds were spaces that were restricted by the power of the laws, causing all the living beings in this space to find it difficult to break through the shackles of the laws. However, as long as one found a loophole in the laws, they could break through this restriction. For example, Shen Xiang's soul was very strong and was not weakened by the power of the laws of the 10 Great Worlds. Then he relied on his powerful consciousness to refine a sea of consciousness soul pill to help others break through the restrictions of their consciousness. The restriction of cultivation could also be broken through loopholes. Shen Xiang's lifeless heavenly technique could quickly produce a large amount of high-aged medicinal ingredients by condensing the lifeless heavenly dew. As long as one ate these medicinal ingredients, they could quickly break through the restrictions of their cultivation. In the 10 Great Worlds, high-aged medicinal ingredients were very rare. The main reason was because of the restrictions of the power of the laws. From time to time, they would exterminate the high-aged medicinal ingredients in the 10 Great Worlds, thus restricting the growth of the life forms of the 10 Great Worlds. Shen Xiang's lifeless heavenly technique was not calculated by the power of the laws, so it could not be restricted. As long as he was given time, he could continuously produce high-aged medicinal ingredients and then refine pills that could break through the restrictions. With Long Jiuxiao in Starfire City, Shen Xiang did not have to worry so much at all, so he decided to go into seclusion for a short period of time and focus on raising his cultivation. This was because he would not only be facing those Empyreans, but also many powerful races from beyond the heavens. Only Feng Rushiwet understood the situation of the 10,000 races from beyond the heavens. During this period of time, She often met with Xiao Xianglin and told her everything she knew from beyond the heavens. This was very important information, and compared to the invasion of the divine horned beast clan tens of thousands of years ago, the 10 great worlds were not prepared at all, which led to heavy losses. Not long after, not only the divine horned beast clan would invade the 10 great worlds, but also the 10,000 races from beyond the heavens. There would be many powerful races that would use the 10 great worlds as a training ground and slaughter the life forms of the 10 great worlds as a form of trial. Shan Xiang was in the secret room, concentrating on cultivating high-aged medicinal ingredients, using the lifeless heavenly dew. Because of the 100 Flowers Tower and Zhao Jingzhong, it was easy for him to collect the basic ingredients. Regardless of whether it was the 100 Flowers building or Zhao Jingzhong, they both had a wide range of channels to help Shan Xiang gather medicinal ingredients. If everything went smoothly, they would be able to get Long Jiuxiao and Crown Prince Wu Yujun to help in the future. The pill that Shan Xiang was going to refine now was the one that he felt was the most suitable after much research. He had created it himself, and it was called the Berserk Blood Pill. The advantage of this pill was that it only required one type of medicinal ingredient. In the cultivation of the Taoist realm, the main thing to improve was the blood qi. The divine qi contained in the pills consumed was mainly to promote the rapid growth of the blood qi. The Berserk Blood Pill possessed this ability, and the medicinal ingredient required was a type of black blood flower fruit. This kind of flower and fruit was very peculiar. The flower was the size of a palm. After it bloomed, the fruit would condense in the center of the flower. Furthermore, the flower would not wither. The petals and fruit would remain together. It looked like it was completely black and contained strong poison, so no one had ever thought of using it to refine pills. In fact, the medicinal power contained within this blood flower fruit could quickly strengthen one's body and cultivate a strong blood qi at the same time. Shan Xiang was not afraid of poison, and he had a way to neutralize the poison within the blood flower fruit. So the blood flower fruit had become a very good medicinal ingredient. In fact, some medicinal ingredients looked poisonous, but they were very useful. The medicinal ingredients themselves were poisonous, but they were used to protect themselves and prevent themselves from being eaten. These medicinal ingredients were usually very spiritual. Shan Xiang was going to make a 3,000-year-old blood flower fruit now. As his cultivation continued to increase, the lifeless heavenly dew that he condensed could also increase the growth rate of the medicinal ingredients. Furthermore, the speed at which he condensed them was much faster than before. Although Shan Xiang was in the secret room, he was still very aware of the news outside. He had been in seclusion in the secret room for 2 days, and Long Jiuxiao had already finished talking with the demon-killing duke and the others. That sky sovereign was afraid of Long Jiuxiao, so he did not dare to be forceful and could not force Zhao Jingzhong to compensate them. Zhao Jingzhong was very reasonable in the first place because he said that he did not know that the god Horn Beast Cave was under the crouching Dragon Manor. If he had known, he would not have expanded Meteor Trail City. Everyone knew that Zhao Jingzhong was expanding Meteor Trail City and was working very hard, using a lot of manpower and resources. This was indeed the truth. Therefore, even the demon-killing duke and the others believed that Zhao Jingzhong did not know about the cave under the crouching Dragon Manor. This time, the great Yen Crown Prince and the others had suffered great losses. Even if they could not ask for compensation, they would not let Zhao Jingzhong off easily. Chapter 3975. Ever since the grand competition, Shan Xiang had not publicly appeared in the Starfire School. Many of his senior brothers and sisters wanted to see this mysterious junior brother. Starflame leader only said that junior brother Shin was in closed-door cultivation or something, and told everyone not to worry. During the grand competition, the strength that Shan Xiang had displayed had indeed caused a huge sensation. Everyone was paying close attention to him. Many great powers had sent people to scout for information, and the information they had gathered was all gossip. The relationship between young Master Shin and Bai Su, the emotional entanglement with Lin Yuya. It was all made up. Shin Xiang was very clear that as long as he did not appear for a period of time, the attention he received would quickly decrease. In a few days, everyone's impression of him would gradually fade away. Shen Xiang did not have enough strength right now, and his cultivation had not reached the peak of the 10 great worlds yet. He did not want to attract too much attention, so as to not cause trouble for himself. Right now, the troubles that the Starfire City was facing were all blocked by the Starflame leader and the others. If they could not stop them, then Long Jiuxiao would go up. If Shen Xiang wanted to appear in a high-profile manner again, he would need to possess even more strength. At the very least, he would not be in such a sorry state in front of the Sky Sovereign. The current him, it was still very difficult for him to face the Sky Sovereign. When I have the 9th level of the Dao Being Realm, using the 6 Realms Mirrors and the Green Dragon Demon Slayer, I should be able to exchange a few blows with the Sky Sovereign, right? If combined with some powerful poisons, I might even be able to defeat the Sky Sovereign. Shen Xiang had yet to meet an Empyrean, but he had seen Long Jiuxiao. Long Jiuxiao's strength was about the same as the Sky Sovereign's, so the Sky Sovereign was not considered very strong in Shen Xiang's eyes. I need at least 100 Berserk Blood Dan to be able to step into the 7th level of the Dao Being Realm. Shen Xiang had just eaten a Berserk Blood Dan and tested its effects. He was quite satisfied with it. If it was anyone else, they would be able to step into the 7th level of the Dao Being Realm from the 6th level to the 7th level after eating a dozen pills. However, Shen Xiang's body was abnormally strong, and if he wanted to raise it, he would need 10 times more pills than a normal person. It was still rather difficult for Shen Xiang to refine the mad blood pellet, so he arranged for the Starflame leader to send some medicinal ingredients to the Hundreds of Flowers building and asked Hua Xiangyue to help him refine it. During this period of time, he did not go to see Hua Xiangyue and Yan Xilin, mainly because he did not want to always see them. Because Shen Xiang wants to try it, a period of time does not meet with them, how much they miss themselves. Would it evoke the stronger emotions in their subconscious and lead them to gradually awaken their memories? Hua Xiangyue received the herbs and a letter sent by Shen Xiang. She cursed Shen Xiang a few times in a low voice because she really missed this young Master Shin during this period of time. After not seeing him for a few days, she always felt that her heart was empty. In the letter, there was a method to refine the Berserk Blood Dan using the blood flower fruit. Hua Xiangyue was an old alchemist, so she would be able to grasp the trick very quickly. There were still many details needed to refine the Berserk blood pellet, and this was not a small test for Hua Xiangyue. She was still very surprised because Shen Xiang, this little brat, was able to produce so many 3,000-year-old medicinal ingredients, and even claimed to have created this kind of Berserk blood pellet. She had a lot of doubts in her heart, so she used the communication symbol paper to send a message to Shen Xiang. Shen Xiang did not recover her either, which made her teeth itch, and she really wanted to pinch Shen Xiang's little handsome face. Hua Xiangyue was able to refine 2 mad blood pellets in one furnace, and the quality was also not bad. Although it only took her 4 hours, she was still very tired and had no choice but to lie on the bed to rest. In his exhausted state, Hua Xiangyue quickly fell into a deep sleep, but she woke up very quickly because she was dreaming, and she was dreaming of the grown-up Shen Xiang. That dream was very blurry and chaotic, and she could only remember that she and Shen Xiang were extremely intimate, just like husband and wife. What's wrong with me? Hua Xiangyue was woken up by this dream. She immediately shook her head and stopped thinking about it. Similarly, in the 100 Flowers building, Bai Yuyu was also resting. Unknowingly, Bai Yuyu began to have strange dreams. She dreamed of Shen Xiang. At that time, she and Su Meiyao were injured, and they were not wearing any clothes. They met Shen Xiang at the bottom of a cliff. When she arrived here, she immediately woke up, and her face was also filled with surprise. because that dream was too real as if it had really happened. Hua Xiangyue dreamed of even more things, but she only remembered a small part of it, and the sense of reality was not strong. However, Baiyu had a very strong sense of reality, and she woke up immediately after dreaming of Xinxiang. Chapter 3976. Starting from this period of time, the world-defying stage had fallen into all sorts of turmoil. This was because the news that the god-horned beast was about to make a comeback had already been confirmed by all the major powers. After they confirmed it, they began to take all sorts of intense actions. For example, they gathered resources and crazily roped in all sorts of experts. They wanted to gather a large number of experts together to prevent them from being killed by the god-horned beast. Many people thought that the god-horned beast was making a comeback, but in reality, it was the invasion of the myriad races. Although the cultivation of the myriad races had been weakened after entering the 10 Great Worlds, their equipment and pills were not something that the 10 Great Worlds could compare to. Right now, everyone with a bit of strength was fighting to be the first to enter the various large cities. In order to gather resources, those large cities charged an extremely high entrance fee. This meant that many people would not be able to enter the city. Only the price of the Starfire City was very reasonable. In order to speed up the construction of the Starfire City, the Starfire sect leader also suggested that after entering the city and participating in the construction, he would be able to have a place to stay. Those middle and lower class people who were unable to enter the expensive cities were all heading towards the Starfire City. Therefore, the Starfire sect leader and the others were discussing whether or not they should expand the Starfire City again. Originally, there were 9 big cities surrounding one super big city, but now that many people wanted to join in, there was a need to expand. Xinxiang's meaning was that the more people there were, the more power there was. The place where the Starfire City was located could be considered a treasure trove. It was enveloped in a very dense divine aura, and the food grown very quickly. It could grow very well and support many people. Xinxiang wants so many people. It is necessary to gather the blood of these people, and then enter the large formation of the city. Through the control of the large formation, use this blood to counterattack. As long as the city was safe, then the powerful hunters in the city would be able to go out and hunt the myriad races of the heavens and obtain resources from them. After entering the city, they would be able to collect taxes for transactions. Xinxiang's plan was extremely grand. Not only did he want to save more people, he also wanted to gather more resources. He was very clear that as long as there were a large number of people in the city, they would be able to nurture even more powerful warriors to fight against the threats from the heavens. Xinxiang did not dare to guarantee how the defenses of the other large cities were, but he believed that the civilizations of the myriad races of the heavens and earth were definitely more developed than the 10 Great Worlds. If they wanted to break through the formation, it would not be much of a problem. At this time, it was time to compete in energy. With enough energy, one could withstand many powerful attacks. Hua Xiangyue once again received the herbs sent by Xinxiang, but Xinxiang didn't write a letter to her. Therefore, she was a little angry because when she asked Xinxiang if there were any other problems with the fragrant moon soul pill, Xinxiang did not directly answer. Of course, Hua Xiangyue still had a lot of faith in Xinxiang. After all, her cultivation of divine sense was truly improving every day. The speed was so fast that it made her doubt her life. For so many years, he had racked his brains and used all kinds of strange methods, but he was still unable to break through the limits of his spiritual sense cultivation. And Xinxiang seemed to have casually refined a pill and immediately solved this eternal problem. In her eyes, this was simply an existence like a pill god. Hua Xiangyue was still rather doubtful in her heart, because her dream was simply too strange. So even if Xinxiang didn't say anything, she would have gone to ask Feng Rushua herself. Xinxiang never thought that Hua Xiangyue would be so direct. When she asked Feng Rushua about it, she actually said that she had a lot of strange dreams. They were all dreams of Xinxiang, and the two of them were very close. She knew that Feng Rushua had also eaten the Sea of Consciousness soul pill, so she asked, did Feng Rushua have a similar dream? After Feng Rushua heard it, she was pleasantly surprised in her heart, because she knew that Hua Xiangyue's memories were showing signs of recovery. She didn't know how to deal with it. She only said that she wasn't dreaming, and then said that Hua Xiangyue might have been a human, or that she might have been teased too much by Xinxiang, and Xinxiang was suddenly not around, which was why she missed him. After Hua Xiangyue finished asking Feng Rushua, he went to look for Yan Xilan. After Yan Xilan heard it, he laughed nonstop, saying that Hua Xiangyue's heart was moved, and it was towards a young man. Yan Xilan even spoke a lot of good words for Xinxiang, making Hua Xiangyue feel that Yan Xilan was protecting her husband's wife. Chapter 3977. Xinxiang was inside the Forbidden Grounds, and could hear the conversation between the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable and Long Jiuxiao. Originally, Xinxiang did not plan to see the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable, but if he did not show himself, the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable would definitely come over every few days. Hua, Xiangyue, and Bai Yuyu, who were in the distance, were also very nervous when they saw that the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable was looking for Xinxiang. However, with Long Jiuxiao here, they quickly calmed down. They did not immediately go to the Starfire School. Xinxiang is just a little disciple of the Starfire School. Devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable, you are a big shot. Why do you have to do this just to see a little guy? Long Jiuxiao laughed. Could it be that this young master Xin can't be seen? As far as I know, he did not reveal his true appearance during the competition last time. The devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable said, to be honest, all the famous sects participating in the competition are somewhat dissatisfied with this. They think that young Master Xin is an old fellow, so they all invited me to appraise him. Xinxiang was wearing a mask back then, and the only one who could see him was Wu Yujun. He was a young man who had just stepped into the 6th level of the Tao Being realm, yet he was able to win the competition. Furthermore, there was also a prince at the 8th level of the Tao Being realm, so many people felt that something was strange. Xinxiang immediately used the communication talisman to contact Long Jiuxiao and agreed to meet with the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable. Since Long Jiuxiao was here, Xinxiang was not afraid of anything. Since you want to see me, then please. Long Jiuxiao also agreed. The Starfire sect leader had already gone to arrange a meeting place in a large living room, because not only the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable, but also the Crown Prince of Great Yen, the devil-killing Duke, and the others, they all had to carry this mysterious youth. To most people, Xinxiang was very mysterious. If they could investigate him from a close distance, it would definitely be for the best. At the very least, they would be able to figure out if this young man was real or not. Xinxiang immediately headed to the living room. He also wanted to test if the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable could see anything from him. Devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable was a very straightforward, white-haired old man. He did not sit down in the living room, but walked around and looked around. The great Yen Crown Prince, the demon-killing dukes, and a few human kings sat motionlessly in their chairs, because in front of devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable and Long Jiuxiao, they felt a lot of pressure. Even Starflame's headmaster found it hard to breathe. Devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable and Long Jiuxiao were chatting and laughing in the hall. After eating Xinxiang's Sea of Consciousness soul pellet, Long Jiuxiao's consciousness increased explosively. In the past, when he fought with the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable, he always suffered in terms of consciousness. But now Long Jiuxiao's consciousness had already surpassed devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerables. If they were to fight, he would be able to defeat his opponent even more easily. Devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable also noticed this point. He felt that it was very strange, because in the 10 great worlds, only Empyreans could break through the restrictions of divine sense, and they had to borrow the power of the heavens to do so. Long Juxiao purposely released a bit of his own consciousness. Otherwise, devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable would not have been able to discover it. Devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable's consciousness might not even be as strong as Starflame's. The reason why Starflame Leader felt the pressure was mainly because he could not compare to devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable in terms of blood energy. Shen Xiang came, he was only wearing simple white clothes, and walked in with a smile on his face. Seeing his handsome young face, devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable was startled at first, then laughed out loud. "He really is a young man!" "Greetings, devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable." Shen Xiang also bowed politely. "You're welcome." Devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable laughed, then released his consciousness to investigate Shen Xiang. Shen Xiang immediately released a little bit of his consciousness to block it. Devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable was very shocked, because the young man in front of him was only 14 years old, and his cultivation was at the 6th level of the Tao Person realm. Yet, he already had such a strong consciousness. After that, devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable immediately retracted his consciousness, and then secretly rushed towards Starflame Leader. Starflame's headmaster was very surprised by the sudden probing of his divine sense. He involuntarily released his divine sense to defend himself. This once again shocked devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable. Chapter 3978. Shen Xiang had already seen that devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable had a lot of good things on him just now. Although those good things were nothing compared to the Green Dragon Demon Slayer and the 6 Realms Mirrors, it could be seen that devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable's family was still very rich. This devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable had given him a poison pellet to kill Shen Xiang, so of course he would not let him go. Borrow. Long Juxiao seemed to understand what Shen Xiang meant. "I'm afraid this isn't easy to borrow, right?" Of course, the Starflame Leader knew that Shen Xiang was going to steal the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable. "Help me investigate. I want to know where the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable lives." For him to be able to arrive at the hidden Dragon Mountain Villa so quickly, he should be in the Great Yan Empire. Shen Xiang had already decided to take action. "Young Master Shen, do you want me to go with you?" Long Juxiao was a little worried. "I'll have a helper when the time comes." Shen Xiang smiled. He already had a suitable candidate in mind. "Leave the investigation of the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable to me." Long Juxiao said, "I also have a few spies in the world-defying stage, and they are all very outstanding. They will definitely be able to find the place where the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable lives very quickly." "Then I'll have to trouble Senior Jiu Shao." Shen Xiang said, "I will go into closed-door cultivation first. I need to increase my strength as soon as possible." If Shen Xiang said that he wanted to increase his strength as soon as possible, then it would definitely be very fast. The Starflame Leader and Long Juxiao did not doubt it at all, but they did not know how fast it would be. Furthermore, Shen Xiang's strength could not be judged by cultivation. Just as Shen Xiang returned to the forbidden grounds of the Starflame School, the Starflame Leader used the communication talisman to send an urgent message. "Hua Shengyue and Bai Yuyu are here." When Shen Xiang heard this urgent news, he immediately shivered. His intuition told him that it was extremely likely that they had come because of that dream. Shen Xiang was not worried about what Hua Shengyue dreamed of. However, Bai Yuyu was different. If this witch dreamed of something that she could not bear and thought that it was caused by the Sea of Consciousness soul pill, she would definitely be so angry that she wanted to kill someone. "Do you want to see them?" Shen Xiang was hesitating. After pondering for a moment, he used the communication talisman to contact Starflame's sect master and asked, "How are the 2 women who wanted to see me? Is it still stable?" The Starflame Dean did not know that the newcomers were Hua Shengyue and Bai Yuyu. He only knew that one of them had the surname Hua and the other had the surname Bai, and both of them were wearing veils. "Young Master Shen, Are they here to make trouble for you? Star Flame's headmaster only thought that young Master Shin owed them a debt of affection or something. No, they're my friends. Based on their current emotions, I can determine why they're looking for me. Shin Xiang said, if there is no special need, I will cultivate in seclusion. I don't want to be disturbed by them. Their emotions are very stable. Starflame's headmaster replied, all right, bring them to the forbidden area. Shin Xiang was a little relieved, but he still couldn't let his guard down, because Bai Yuyu's mood couldn't be judged from the surface. Starflame's headmaster was experienced and knowledgeable. Although he knew that these were two women, he could feel that the seemingly indistinct blood qi on their bodies was not simple. After bringing Hua Xiangyue and Bai Yu here, he immediately left the forbidden area. Hua Xiangyue and Bai Yu were both dressed in black, with half of their faces covered, looking like they were about to fight. Little scoundrel, you're not in seclusion at all. What are you hiding here for? The communication talisman isn't broken, right? Why didn't you reply to me? When Hua Xiangyue saw Shin Xiang, he reached out and pinched Shin Xiang's handsome face. Huh? Hua Xiangyue suddenly said in shock. I pinched your face. My head won't hurt anymore. What's going on? Hua Xiangyue was as happy as if he had opened the door to a new world. His hands unscrupulously rubbed Shin Xiang's handsome face. Sister Yu, come over and pinch him too. He's very easy to pinch. Hua Xiangyue giggled. Shin Xiang also didn't expect that the curse of pinching his face would actually disappear. Bai Yu really walked over and gently pinched Shin Xiang's face. Sister Yu. Shin Xiang was very surprised. This which actually liked to pinch his face so much. It wasn't like this in the past. Hua Xiangyue and Bai Yu ravaged Shin Xiang's incomparably handsome face for a while before stopping.